the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium. Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. Yeah, I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. all the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. It's 5 minutes to run time. I'm running on ZWIFT, by the way, today, which is an app with the ZWIFT. Normally does bicycles, bikes, that's the word we're looking for. The more current hip term. But it now does running as well. Maybe it has done for many years, but this is obviously a big push. So I'm in Watopia, their virtual world, and I'm standing there, and there's people standing near me, which is interesting, all limbering up. They're advertised. You can join, you see. You can join on ZWIFT and become an avatar next to me. And I'm down as Izzard, Eddie Izzard, so you can search it, and I think you can find me and just come in and run next to me. So that's kind of fun. So we're going to start on the button. David, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, you're going to tell me when go time is, yeah? Can you just keep doing those 1 minute go times and then we can actually, I'll launch on your mark, if that's all right?
Yes, no worries at all.
Excellent. How long we got? About 3 minutes?
3 minutes, yeah.
So yes, and I'm trying to, you can not do, it's not high five, it should be a high five, but it's a ride on, which is obviously a bike term, which we're going to be running on. But you can get a thumbs up. You can give a thumbs up to people, but I'm still working out how to do that. So you might find that I'm a bit non-connective. Anyway, what else can people do? Sarah Johnson, event manager, you might have seen before, and other, because she's road manager and tour manager. So people can follow on eddieizard.com, and you can see streaming. Is it up on streaming? It's up on streaming. I want to do it on my phone. I'm going to look up the thing. I wonder if I get into a virtual loop here.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to blast off, kids. I like to think of, I was very influenced by the Apollo moon missions and the Russia, I got to say, all the Russian cosmonaut missions. So salute to the Russians and to the Americans here. Let's get, humanity on this. And well, I'm going to go with the Apollo thing because Apollo means the moon, but the Apollo generation, let's call it us, the people inspired by doing great and difficult things, and they had a huge amount of danger going on with theirs, and there's no danger here. I could fall off this thing. That's as much danger as going, but there is exhaustion, endless exhaustion that can happen. Because I'm going to do this gig. It's going to be sick. I'm very slow, so some of you runners are going to go run, zip off. You're going to think this is not running, this is dawdling. But it takes me about 6 hours to run, and then I do a gig at 7 p.m. London time here. So I go into another room. So basically, I'm going to finish about 6 p.m. 1 minute, 60 seconds to go. Oh my God. And I got it all linked up, so my Woodway running machine and the ZWIFT thing, and I press the buttons and it will start running, and I'll stop for pit stop, loo breaks and foodstuffs, but that's it. Oh, I can see myself on, oh, this is really weird. Oh, it's a slight delay on there, so wherever you're watching, it's slightly delayed. 30 seconds. That's weird. Yeah. There is a slight delay. There is a slight delay, kids. Anyway. You shouldn't be looking at this. Oh, it is. It's a Vimeo link.
15 seconds.
15 seconds to go time. 15 to go time. Oh, it's turning into a video. Oh no, that's sound. That's going to go
5 seconds.
5 seconds. All right, let's switch that off.
2, 1, go.
And we're off. We're off on the great 31 marathons, 31 days. I'm just making beeping noises, speeding up to. I'm going to be running at 7.5 kilometers an hour. So in old money, miles an hour, it's about, I don't know, 4 or 5, 4 point something. So this is what I'm going to do and see where I get to. I've got to finish the marathon, and then I've got to do a gig, and the gig is streaming gig, so there's no one in here. We're all in COVID safe environment here. And Sarah, event manager here, Sarah Johnson, she's you'll see us without masks because we're in a work bubble. Is that what it's called? Yeah, work bubble. You should come and wave and introduce yourself just to show that I am talking to someone. So here's Sarah waving. and it's quite cold in here. You're going to have to open these doors, aren't you?
I've got my coat on.
Yes.
I'm gonna
So I was sitting in a coat too, and now they're going to open the doors, and it's minus what? Minus 3, 4 outside. Well, it's just about freezing. Anyway, just gone past H. Geis from Germany. Hello to you. So yes, and we got Zoom as well, haven't we? So now people can donate because we're giving to charities, and we're being sponsored by people. The ZWIFT people I've mentioned, the Mizuno company have given me from Osaka in Japan. Hello to you. And they give me the equipment to run with, to wear, and then I'm getting iPro Hydrate, and I'm mentioning it in a kind of, you know, mention your sponsors because they're giving in money and it helps run the thing, and then all the money that you might give in goes to charities like Care International and charities like Walking with the Wounded, and also we've got Fair Share, Covenant House, and Combat Against Neglected Tropical Diseases. There are neglected tropical diseases still out there which are really hurting people, particularly in the developing world. Leprosy still out there, and diseases like that, you know, just anyway. So your money comes in, and there'll be other charities as well. So we're just going to raise. It's already freezing. Oh crikey! I might have to wear warmer stuff. Anyway, so people will be talking to me. I'll be doing I'm doing interviews, aren't I? So it's a bit like a podcast. This me whittering away for 6 hours. Oh yes, and you can also find your screen. You can see. You can to donate £10. You can text TEN to 70810. This is all on Izzard.com, so the details. 70810 is our texting number. And if you write 20, TWENTY, does £20, or TEN, that does £10, which is about €11, which is about $13. And you can get a gizmo to look it up in all currencies. There we go. So, yeah, I'm already chilly. They have to be open that wide. Yeah, I think that was Dr. Gary, our sports doctor, who makes us have. Oh, there's a whole group of people with me. Thank you for giving me thumbs up. And Sarah, you have to go on and see if we can do one of those group zapped thumbs up, because we can, with the ZWIFT companion app, you can control things. Anyway, there's stuff going on. So if I run at 7.5 kph, kilometers per hour, and I find it much easier in kilometers because most of the world is in kilometers, and also everyone runs 5Ks, 10Ks. It also cuts your marathon into 4 segments, basically 10K, 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 with a little bit of change around it. And the 26 miles cuts up really bad. The mathematics is terrible. So, just making it easier. So, I'm gonna, as I'm running along on the app, I can see the app down here. Oh, you can see it back there, can't you? Back there. And here are scenes from London. Yes, you can send in, if you tweet on Facebook, or what's the other one, Instagram, out photographs of London, places where you're running now, videos, selfies, and put hashtag Make Humanity Great Again with it. We'll try and source them, pull them out, and we'll add them to our list thing going on here. Hi there, I'm waving to people, they're not waving back. Hello, I am, are they waving back? People are looking through the window now. Yes, oh, they're making a donation. I think they might be donating. Sarah, people donating? Yeah. People, you can, down at Riverside Studios, there is a £4 donation spot. And people are coming and donating, and that's quite nice. It's making beeping noises, you can hear in the background. Even a dog is donating. I'm not sure if he wants to. Maybe that's some of his dog food is going down. Is it making happy noises? No, they're not looking at me. Maybe they can't see me. No. I was trying to do a whole interaction. I was thinking I wasn't going to interact. You can't see it. Oh, maybe if we Oh, the cameras, Dave, you're going to rotate the cameras? Show them that picture of them. When you've got... Dave, you there? David. There we go. Yes, there's the windows. That's what I'm pointing. And that's... if you can probably vaguely make it out, you can see a railing, and then the River Thames is the other side of that. If you jump in that now, it'll be very cold. Even colder than normal. And Hammersmith Bridge, which is, I think, closed. And they're redoing it. Alrighty, that's a spare one over there. This one goes up. We were going to have people invited down when we were on tier 0, but now we're up at tier 4. Tier 4 is, I think, essentially locked down by the shouting. There's a number of people running along with me. So, thank you for running along. It'd be nice to be able to talk to everyone. There are thumbs up. You can actually not even be, you don't even have to be running. You can give a thumbs up. This little blue thumbs up appears over your head, but you can do it just from the companion app. So you can be sitting at home, not running, eating potato chips, and you can send a thumbs up, which is fun. Which one is me? I don't know who I am. Anyway, because you've got avatars. So there's a whole group of us. Oh, someone stopped. There we go. So the great thing about all of this is I can link up with anyone from anywhere. You could be in Bogota, you could be in Ulaanbaatar, in Cape Town, any time of the day or night. Well, during these 6 hours, 12 UTC is the international thing, which is GMT, UTC, or in the military call it Zulu time. That's Z time, as opposed to the time based around the Zulu tribe of the nations of South Africa. Anyway, so, and if you try running, no one's probably going to, well, probably, maybe some people will run with me for a entire marathon. That's my incredibly slow speed. But it's slightly mind-numbing on a treadmill. I keep hitting my hand on I got a console here. You can't see any of this stuff. But now if I wanted to do anything on this, I've got to slow myself down here, and then what it says on the screen here is be the same as what it... Ooh. Tim Cruise Drew wants to meet up. Hang on. I'm going to accept that. So, have you seen that, Sarah? Tim, my physio Tim, Mr. Tim Cruise Drew down in Bournemouth. Very good physio, by the way. And Olympic level, I should say. He's doing a meet-up. I don't quite know what that means. Maybe he's just coming in. I didn't think Tim had a treadmill at home, does he? I don't know. There's a thing down the side of the screen. Oh, over there. Where is it? It's somewhere else. Oh, it's inset into the thing, into the screen that I can see in front. And on the right-hand side, you can see names of people who are around. If you look on the left-hand side of that column, if their time is exactly the same, then they're the same. And there's someone there, Mr. D. Potter, steaming through, and he's going, why are you going so slow? Well, I could go faster, but then I just wouldn't last it. I don't know, by the end of this thing, maybe I can do faster once, because the world record on this, on marathons is 2 hours. I do just over 2 hours. So the experts are coming in just over 2 hours, and slow coaches, endurians like me, they're Olympians. I'm an endurian. I just go on and on in a very slow style, but I don't damage the body so much. I'm not landing so hard. So swings and roundabouts. Swings and roundabouts is the saying that we use for when you gain a bit and lose a bit. And that saying was even in use before swings and roundabouts were invented, which can't have been that long ago. No, they could have had swings Would cavemen have had swings? I'm not sure. Back in the day. If this was a program back in my childhood, they'd say answers on a postcard, please. Then they give a PO box number. And now you can just tweet stuff out. Anyway, use the hashtag Make Humanity Great Again if you're sending stuff out. If you've got photographs of yourself or video of yourself or pictures of London, send them in and we'll try and get them built into the loop that's behind as we virtually run through London. And then tomorrow it's going to be Lisbon, so people in Portugal, Lisbon, hello, good morning, good afternoon. Send in photos from Lisbon, where I ran back in February, and then Madrid, where I also ran in February. So we're doing the same order as back in February. And you send in your photos, hashtag Make Humanity Great Again. Say what city it represents, because otherwise we'll go, where exactly is this building? And then we'll have to do loads of research and we won't make it. That would be good. So after Madrid, it goes Rome. After Rome, it's Valletta, capital of Malta. Then after that, next 5, Cyprus. Cyprus, obviously, there are 2 Cypruses. Well, there's one country. Yes, political problems. But yes, Athens, capital city of the city that I'm running through in Cyprus. Yes, apologies. Sorry? You're very quiet, sir. No, but what's the one? Oh, you're just looking at... Yeah, sorry. All the different names of all capital cities, which it sort of was a thing when you were a kid. Yes, I haven't got them all committed to memory, but you know that if you live in Cyprus, you'll know. Send us pictures of your city, and we will endeavour to put them up. So I've been running now for 13 minutes, and I feel like I should stop. Now this is the trouble. I found that if you go out for a run, I often run down the Thames River towards Richmond, and once you've run out a whole bunch of half a marathon, then the logic is, well, if I turn around now, I'll have to run all the way back. Whereas if you go to the loo, someone goes to the loo is over there. It's a few doors and a few masks away, and then you can stop and you think, well, I haven't gone anywhere, you see, so I find it psychologically harder to do these marathons, maybe physically harder to do those. Different mental and physical stress is there. Yes, indeed. Sorry? Where's that? Oh. But there, where are you showing it? Oh, on your laptop. Do you want to just send it to me? Send it to me as a text or an email, and then I can reel things off. Yeah, so now things will go wrong, which is probably better. More interesting. And I will get knackered, but you can see I'm running because we had an initial shot which cut off the legs, and it was just the top, but it just looked like you're just moving your shoulders. So we felt this is the main look where this person is actually running. So that's what I'm doing. Got a New Zealand flag in there. Is that New Zealand, Australia? Oh God, I'm gonna stop again. The Southern Cross. I'm gonna have to do. Where's my phone gone? I'm not sure this is the best thing to do. Checking things on your phone as you're going along. Yes, it's Australian. Australian. Just right behind me, Jay Crawford. You've got the Australian flag there. The New Zealand flag is with red stars, and there's only 4. And Australia has 5 stars. It's a little bit similar. But please forgive me for not knowing instantly. I should know everywhere. All the flags, but I can't remember them all. But I know all human beings. There we go. Thumbs up, so going. So today I will run with the British flag. Tomorrow in Lisbon I will run with the Portugal flag. Then I'll run with the Spanish flag, and so on. And we shall see where we get to. Yeah, I'm sure anyone's joining me on ZWIFT as an avatar. They're finding this a very light. I can see people just walking behind me. This is essentially walking. I know. I'll get stronger. I'll know where my speed is later on. But it's. I've also got to talk at the same time. And if my hand hits the controls here, and I found that things happen, which is not good. Which is. It's a PC, so I'm not so used to that. I've got to do left click and right click stuff, which I'm not so good at. Oh, someone's way ahead. There's Tim. Thanks, Tim. I got your message here. Hang on, I'm going to call him. I can do this with the bloody things going. Okay. Maybe I should just have this in all. There's no particular place for us to go. But hair's come out. Hi there. Okay, thanks. I'm just running along. Did you join me on? Did you send out an invitation to do a meeting on ZWIFT? Oh, well. Yeah. So we've arranged a meeting nowhere at no time. Okay, I got you. Yeah, you're just testing out the gizmos. Did you get my response? I accepted, so I don't know where that leads us to, but can you see me on the thing or not? Only on the screen. Okay, well, I have. I think I'm at the. Well, actually, I can go a bit faster for a second, and I'll show you me. Guys, I'm just speeding up to see where I am. There's me in the blue. I'm in the blue, even though I'm in the black. Yeah, my hair should be blonder. Yeah, we're just gonna. Yeah, that's for the future, I think. Yeah. I'm just slowing down to merge back into the group there. And I'll go back up to 5. Yes, we are the signal is slightly delayed. I'm just talking to Physio Tim here. This is my way of having a conversation. Alright, I'll call off and keep. I know, but Yeah, no, I just, I want to see how much cardiovascular I've got in my body. I mean, we'll know by the end of the day whether I've got a lot of energy or no energy or whatever. But yeah, I know, I can feel it. But I need to be vaguely entertaining. No way. Yeah, preserve energy. Alrighty, very good. I'll call off. Alright, bye. Where is it there? That goes there. That's not so bad there. I can do that. So all the bits we got here, just getting to grips with. And so, hopefully, people around the world, you can just have this on in the background if you want. Because it's free on, if you've got Wi-Fi, it's free. Or if you've got a very advanced data pack, it is free. I believe so. Oh yes. La, 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 la. Okay, don't do this at home. Cost. Nicosia. So that's what I was running through in Cyprus, the city of Nicosia. So I know there are still political complications there, but apologies for not having everything in my head. Too many things going on. But anyway, Happy New Year is what I should say, even though I'm not sure how happy this is going to be. But hopefully we can use 2021 to try and make connections. It's a time of separations, but I believe in making connections even stronger than they were before. So it's where we take humanity, 21st century, the coming of age of humanity, 21 years old. Bit of an arbitrary dating system, there we go. But in this 21st century, I think this is my worldview. Everyone should have the right to have a fair chance in life. Simply that. Oops. Oops. So yes, have I gone behind everyone? I've just tapped my board. Now I think everything's pretty good. Yeah, the right to have a fair chance in life. I think that's a world vision that you can't really disagree with. If you disagree with that, well, poo to you, because it's quite a reasonable. It's a reasonable thing. A fair chance in life is absolutely reasonable. I think that's the minimum. The right to have a fair chance in life, not a free life, not a life paid for by other people, just a fair chance. And a lot of people don't have that. So that's what I'm fighting for. That's our mission statement. And I'm sure the people who are sponsoring us and all the charities we're giving to, they're all fighting that around the world, trying to have a fair chance. I was born in Yemen, the city of Aden, which the British call Aden. They're having a proxy civil war is happening on their land, and they've got COVID as well. So Care International, I know, does a lot of work there, and a lot of other charities trying to help in this situation. So my best wishes to the people of Yemen. I know it's really tough, and it still continues. So if people are giving money, and you can in the UK, you can with texting, because text donations is not everywhere in the world, but 70810 is the number, and if you write TEN, £10 go, and if you write 20, TWENTY, then £20 go. As I mentioned earlier, £10, about €11, about $13.5. So, or you can go online, crowdfunder.co.uk. It's all at Izzard.com. You can just go on there, make donations, buy tickets for tonight's show, the show that I will perform with no one in the room. So this is Studio 4. We go to Studio 2 and we do it there, which is, I think, can get about 200-300 people, 400 people in there. So normally, what, 500? Something like 300 to 500 people, and it's just little old me talking into a big room with a couple of COVID-safe people technically there to help it work. So that's what's going on. That will be going on at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. London time. And you can buy tickets on the Izzard.com there. And again, all profits going to the charities, the Make Humanity Great Again Fund, which distributes out to charities that make humanity great. Oh yes. Now if you do ZWIFT, you can set a target in your top left corner. Is my target up there? I think it is. So you can see it counting down. So if I ran 7 kilometers an hour, that wouldn't allow me any pit stops, any loo breaks or food breaks or drinky breaks. I can do drinking here actually. But another 5 hours and 9 minutes of this. Ah, that's how we want it. Yes, indeed. Another thumbs up there. Are you on? Can you give the burst of thumbs up back to people? Oh, will everyone stand still during comfort break? That's a good point. During the pit stop. I'm not sure. I think it's your choice. If you can stand still, you'll stay with us, or you could go on and make sure there are no bears in front of us. Because bears are no good. Bears are very nice, but not on a social basis. It's interesting, that, isn't it? Bears are quite happy to munch you. And there's lions, 1 or 2 lions have grown up in captivity, or open captivity, and then they've made a connection. If you go online and you look up the Born Free, it's the gentleman who was in charge of Born Free, who started all that. His name's gone from my head, I'm afraid. But if you put Born Free and the name of the lion, I think I'm not sure if it was what the name of the lion was anyway. But he or she came back after some separation, had been released back into the wild, and there's a reunion, and you can see the lion doing the recognition. So that's a fascinating thing to watch. Also, another thing, telling you things I've watched on YouTube. Go to YouTube, put in wildebeest plus lions plus crocodiles. Wildebeest, lion, crocodiles. Crocodile, actually singular. And you'll see this amazing scene. It was in South Africa. You can hear South African ranger or a guide, safari guide with the people. And so I assume it's in South Africa. And you see a whole lot of wildebeest walking along, a bit like a group of people, townspeople. And you can see the lions creeping up, which the wildebeest can't see because, for whatever reason, downwind, eyesight, whatever it is. And then the lions pick out one wildebeest, go to kill to eat, but you know, it's kind of a savage attack, and they go to do that, and they chase it down into this river, slow moving river that's below, down a bank, and then a crocodile comes out and says, actually that's for me. So you've got crocodiles who are obviously bastards, and the lions who are bastards, playing the bastard role here, the nemesis role, let's say. In their own world, they think they're the heroes. And they're fighting over this wildebeest. And then you can see a chief wildebeest. He's absolutely the lead guy, lead wildebeest. And he turns around and decides to come in. And then all the wildebeest come in and attack, because the lions get the young wildebeest back. And then it's going to be tea for the lions and not for the crocodile. And all the rest come back. And it's like okay at the high noon at the OK Corral. It's like a western scene. It really is, and it shows wild animals behaving like we would, where most people are moderate and maybe more timid. That's right, or more anxious. You know, not trained in attacking and killing. The lions feel that they're very capable of attacking. They're big and huge, and crocodile too. And they go in, and in the end, the wildebeest win. It's kind of beautiful. It's beautiful. Not sure what it says. I just watched an episode of The Simpsons. Homer Simpson, one of the later episodes where they're getting very nuanced. They say, Homer Simpson had done something stupid. He said, what did you... And the guy said, did you learn stuff from this? And Homer Simpson says, yeah, I guess lessons. It's beautiful because he's just saying he basically learned something. He has no idea what it was, but yeah, I learned a lesson there. What it was, I have no idea. Beautifully played, yeah. I hear you from that distance. Don't do any more meetups, okay. Okay. There's a meetup coming in there. If you're sending meetups to me, I can't do it, I'm afraid. So if someone's... To everybody else. Well, we want them to join, don't we? Anyway, we're still working out how this all works. Oh look, there's an animal over there. Have you noticed whenever you cough, you think, is this it? I've just been tested yesterday, so I've had about 8, 9, 10 negative tests. And I had to do that because I was working. And I had to do tests twice, 3 times a week. So I have had a few tests. And we had to do it for this, to be in the work bubble. I have a pace here as well. Now, runners out there, all professional runners, you can't answer me back here, but there's a thing on pace. Pace is the big thing. If you're a runner, you do pace. But I find miles per hour is much easier to grab, because then I go, you know, or kilometers per hour. I'm doing 7 kilometers per hour. In 1 hour, I'm going to run 7K. And I find that very useful to work out. And pace, I have to go into, even though I like maths, I have to slow down. And so I'm doing that kilometers take me this long to do. Therefore, and I can't quite work that. It's slower to get to anything useful in my head. But the running community loves pace. Oh, they do. Maybe that's because I'm just weird. Apparently, I've done 228 calories. Have you noticed this? You go for a run, if you have a watch or anything, and it says you've done, 500 calories, and then you have one thing, and that wiped it out. You have half a biscuit, then you may as well have stayed home. Just shot yourself in the foot. Yes. Ooh, the crowd has thinned out, or people are going ahead. I've got to change my hair color, I think. I can see if I can do that. Join meetup. No, I'm trying not to, but it's in the way of my thing. Okay, within the year. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually say who the meetup. Oh, hang on. Lots of people on this chat room. Hi there. I've got a joint meetup on the left of my screen that doesn't want to go away. And I'm worried about tapping it. Oh well, I just want to get to the menu, but that's in the same place. Is that, say that again, sorry, line broke up. Oh, okay. I'll get him on the line. No, I'll call him. I'll call Tim now. Yeah? Stay on the line. Here we go. Tim, hi. I've got Jim on the line as well, so Tim, Jim, far away. Jim? No, I'm with you. I'm just listening to both of you. I can hear you, and Tim can hear you as well, Jim, I think. Jim, keep talking. Jim, you there? Yeah. So things are getting sorted out. I just put myself on mute, but I can hear Jim from ZWIFT talking to Tim because there was a meetup sent, and I thought, hey, let's join that. That's not good, so I would go somewhere else. Thanks for the thumbs up. Oh, hang on. Meeting start, not yet. I've got the option of not yet. Shall I hit that? Oh, it's going to auto-select otherwise. Yeah. Oh, it's going to keep asking me. It's got to set fire. Do you want to do FaceTime with each other, and then you could? Oh, sorry, I just muted myself. I did not yet, but that means it's going to keep coming back and asking me, isn't it? And if I miss that. Okay, do you want me to put Sarah on this? I can just add her in. Bear with me a second. Here comes Sarah. You're joining us. technical things. Oh, Sarah? Can you hear me? Got no signal? No, I'm just trying to call you. Well, you could do it. I just called Jim Leach. How much can you do when you're still running? Thanks to everyone who's running along. Good to see you here. Yes, Jim Crawford, or Jay Crawford from Australia. Yes, I'm getting my flags right now. There's a German flag there. It's a J. Grimm, Herr J. Grimm, or it could be Fräulein. Ah, yes. Wonderful world of trying to get all the titles right. And there's an American running as well. Hello to you. That must be very late or very early in the morning, depending on which side of the oceans, the pond. Oh, I've got a theory on the Atlantic. Here's a theory for everyone. I have a number of theories, but I think the Atlantic is a magical ocean because people went to the New World over it and it had this magical thing of a different place. And I find it a big generality here, but sometimes American citizens look back at, say, British citizens or Europeans and go, say, you're all much more cultured and this, and the children of Shakespeare and live in castles, which is a big generality, but that kind of happens in a big generalized way. And we look at America and say, oh, you've all got 9 cars and aeroplanes and you live in, you own mountains and you all go to outer space. So that's this magical effect. The Pacific doesn't work that way because it's too big, I think. This is my theory. And that people on the other side of the Pacific, no matter which way you're looking, Asia to the Americas or Americas back to Asia, it's just so far. It's just, what's going on over there? Whereas the Atlantic is kind of grabbable, but it was 2 weeks by boat. Whereas the Pacific must have been about 5 weeks by boat, 6 weeks. Long time. Yes, indeed. Now, you getting on okay, Sarah? So, I now know I should not join any join-ups. I just have to be here and do this. And then it'll work. Thank you for everyone running along. I would like to chat more to you. But at the moment I can't. We've also spent a lot of time trying to get all the software to work, finesse together. So we're very wary about trying different things, because there's the companion app, which is something which you can get on and do things in it. But Sarah's going on to try and interact with people on my behalf that way, and if I do it at the same time, it might blow it up. Oh dear. Where are we? 45 minutes. Oh, under 5 hours to go. There we go. What time is it? It's only 1:45. So we're slightly ahead of the game. Say again? I can't hear you. Oh, guess it's going well. Well, Tim has just texted me that the join-up meeting has gone, but it hasn't gone from my screen. All right. Who's coming in at 1 o'clock? Who are we talking to? Dave, can you flash on the screen? So I can read. Dave, you there? David? Dave, where you gone? Dave? Ian? Ian or Dave? Houston? Were you in the loo? Hello?
Just out of reach.
Sorry?
Out of reach.
Out of reach, okay. You're very quiet to me. Is there any way I can hear you a little stronger or give me closer to a microphone? Dave?
Yeah, 2 seconds. At 1 o'clock you have Fergus Williams.
No. Just put it on the screen in front of me, like.
I can't at the moment, so
Well, because it's.
I'll work on that.
Okay, can you send me a text?
Yep.
Thank you. Is there any way that your volume back to me can be louder? Because I can hardly hear you.
Yeah, I'll increase that now.
Can you do a test so I can tell you when it's okay? Is that possible? David, talk to me.
Testing to you.
Ah, that's great. That's the
Yeah,
one. Yeah,
good there.
perfect. Thank you very much. Do you have my number? Ian's got my number. If you haven't got my number, just.
Ian's going to text you now.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Less than 5 hours. This is something I found for long distance marathons, endurance marathon, or the ultra marathons that people run, which I haven't. What's the longest? I've only run 30 miles long ago, but now you can hear the screams of excitement from people who are being taken from a walk. Do you remember? So I'm going off on a tangent here. I'll tell you this thought. I count down. What's the best word? Pugnaciously is not the right word. I religiously, maybe. No, I'm not a religious person. I vociferously, a word like this. Choose one of these words. I count down. So at the moment on my app, as you can see on the screen, 42.2 kilometers is up there. And it's the time that's counting down. And that's okay. That means, and if I change my speed, you'll see that my time will go up or down accordingly. But then I know I can keep looking at that and go, less than 5 hours, less than, it was 5.5, it was 6, So I can keep counting down. And then in my head I'm getting closer, and then the last beat just goes, last hour, last 45 minutes. And in fact, you'll find, I think everyone will know this, who's done a long run, the last half an hour, last 15 minutes takes forever. It takes longer. I'm sure it does. So, but it's good to have a countdown, and if I'm out there I have my watch, and I count down usually kilometers, and go only 10k to go, 5k to go. I find that very useful, because I once got it wrong when I was running in Belfast, when I ran around the UK, and I thought I was almost finished, and I found I had about 6 miles, about 10k to go, and the difference between 0 and 10k is just large, it's a large amount, and so I found them horrible, these last bits, and yeah, so I always now religiously, going back with the religious, determinedly maybe, I determinedly count down. There we go. I've still got the join meetup on. You're still troubleshooting? Okay. I'm just worried it's going to flip up to this automatic join thing. Guys, if you're running with me, thank you very much. Thanks for the thumbs up. If anything goes wrong, I will come back. We'll just memorize where we are, how many kilometers I've run, and I'll flip back. But something could happen. Something could happen. messages all over the place. La da da. Now, if you learn to fly an aeroplane, there's an interesting conversation. If you do that, you have to do this multitasking. You just have to. In a car, it's very much frowned upon. Totally understandable. Cars, I know everything's very close. In a plane, things are not supposed to be close. It's not supposed to be, unless you're doing, formation flying. There shouldn't be another plane right next to you. But you need to look at things and maps and draw lines, and a lot of stuff is done now all by GPS, but when I was learning to fly, it was like that. And I learned to fly because I had a fear of flying. And I used to vomit everywhere. A plane was my vomitarium. And that was partially fear and angst, and partially the fact that my inner ear doesn't know what's going on. It is not very good. And if I get one of those spinny things, at the rides, then it'll knock it out of whack, and then I'll feel sick for some time afterwards. If anyone saw on Top Gear, I did the mid-range sports car, mid-range, state car, not a state car, mid-range car, time trial. And having driven around the track for a test track at 110 miles an hour, the fastest speed, and braking down, my inner ear and everything went out. It went totally out. And I was just 1 inch away from throwing up at all points after that, but it stuck around. It was so hard. The speeds were so intense. The changes were so intense. It was around for the rest of the day. Even there was a very nice person who drove me home, as they put on a car for you. I had to get out of that car because I felt I was going to throw up. That was the most extreme I've had, because it was going on for such a long time. So yeah, I'm not good at that. And when you're in a single propeller airplane and you're practicing, you have to practice pulling out of a spiral dive. If you're in a spiral dive, you tend to just pull on the controls, try and bring the nose up. But if you're in a spiral dive, it'll take you tighter into the dive. Not good. So in fact, you have to actually straighten the controls up so that you're actually now not spiraling into the ground, but flying directly into the ground. And then once you've got it all direct, then you pull up the nose and then you'll come up. But after a few of those practicing, I have to say, can we fly straight level for a while, because I can't do this anymore. So yeah, that's a gift of my genetics. It's the ability to feel ill in a number of things. And I went on one of them. I was touring, and where were we? Anyway, I got onto this. It was one of those centers like a Disney place, or it could have been the Universal one. And I was on a spinny ride. It was only 30 seconds long. I thought, 30 seconds? I can do 30 seconds. And I couldn't. After 3 seconds, I was going, get me out of this. And of course, they won't stop after 3 seconds. So I just had to count myself down. 30 seconds. But that was not fun. Yeah, so I can't do that at all. Not very good at that. Very fast person running through there on the ZWIFT. Tim, my physio, was just telling me if I keep talking, I'm going to run out of energy. And now maybe I'm feeling it. We shall see. But I want to keep talking. Oh, I've got to talk. It's at 1 o'clock in 5 minutes. Yes, oh, okay. So 1 o'clock, which is in about 5 minutes. I've just realised what I'd like on the screen today. It's a clock. Yeah, a GMT clock. Just. Or you could do 3 clocks. You could do GMT. You could do New York. You could do. Sorry. Yeah, well, either me or everyone. Do I see bottom left on the main screen? You could put up just GMT for the moment, because when these things are coming up, I keep on to look at my watch and I can't really see my watch in this light. I've got nothing on the app, got nothing on the thing that says the time of day, so I have no idea. Anyway, in about 4 minutes, I'm going to talk to Fergus Williams, who's the new CEO of Walking with the Wounded. And so, Make Humanity Great Again is a fund, and then we pass the funds that you wonderful people donate on to different charities, and Walking with the Wounded is one of them. And Fergus is ex-armed forces, and he's going to talk about how this is. Oh God, they do expeditions, and he's going to talk about whether they can do that this year, and also talk about digital poverty. Now I don't know what that is, so we will find out. But yeah, so I'm going to talk to him in 3 minutes, and that will be intriguing. Everyone can learn. Everyone listening around the world can listen to our show and find out things. And Walking the Wounded, of course, working with people from the armed forces, I think particularly in the UK, this charity, who have been physically or mentally or socially, what's the best word, they've been constricted, they've been, because of the situation they've been through, it's affected them afterwards. And Walking with the Wounded helps get people through this and helps them. It's a charity, so it helps them. I'm not sure where the finances go, but I'll ask Fergus. He will tell me. He will tell me that. Yeah. Dave? Oh, VT first, then come to you. Okay, so there's going to be a video first, and then they're going to come to me and do the interview. Very good. And you're going to play the video on the hour, Dave? David?
Yes, on the hour.
Yes, on the hour. Brilliant. My main screen's gone down. Is that because you're getting ready to put something up there? Okay. Oh yes, time is now ET. Elapsed time is ET, that's the top right corner. So I've been almost running for an hour. I always find when I start running, I want to go to the loo almost immediately I start running. Maybe that's someone who is as old as I, or as young as I. Maybe that's where that comes from. Another 60 minutes, 1 hour.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Fergus, hello.
Hey, Eddie, how are you getting on?
Okay. Can you see the feed? Have you seen the feed?
I have seen the feed. I've switched it off, so
Yes.
it didn't complicate matters.
I understand, yes.
Extremely complicated.
Probably a good idea, but yes, 1 hour down. And at
1
this,
hour? How many meters?
well, I've done 7.84 kilometers now. So I'm running at 7.5 kilometers an hour, so I've just done over. In this way, it's basically, if I do 7k an hour, then I can do a 6-hour marathon and then start the show an hour afterwards. But it doesn't allow for loo breaks. So
Yeah.
if I want a pit stop to grab something to eat or whatever, if I make it slightly faster, so I've just chosen 7.5, and you can, well, when you go back on it, you'll see underneath top left there's an orange 42.2, which is the number of K I have to run, and you can see the time counting down there. So 4.5 hours to go, which isn't too bad.
Well, I've just done some sums.
Oh, great! I like.
Just done some sums. One marathon, 42,000 meters.
Wow, there you go. Yes,
There you go.
that'll make
So
sense.
Your 31 marathon. 31 marathon is 1.3 million meters,
Oh, very good.
and you've done 7,000.
Yeah, and this is my 100th marathon. I didn't tell anyone this. Yes, this is my 100th marathon for charity. I've done other practice ones as well, but this is actually the 100th one. So there you go. Now tell us about yourself, and you've just been made CEO, yeah, of Walking with the
Yeah.
Wounded. How long ago was that?
So today is the
Oh,
great
wow.
day.
Excellent.
I've been with the charity, well, the charity's only 10 and a half years old. And I was the first employee through the door,
Wow.
and have been operations director since we started recruiting teams and actually spending money and supporting servicemen.
Excellent.
And today is the first day as chief executive.
Congratulations. And tell us, Walking with the Wounded, it just sounds great. And you were talking about, I've just seen a little briefing thing saying, can you do, I take it you do go out on expeditions Walking with the Wounded, and can you do it this year? This is the question that's floating around.
Yeah, so we've done a number of cool expeditions actually. We've been to North Pole, to
Wow.
Everest,
Excellent.
to the South Pole. We walked the length of Britain, and we walked across America.
Can I just interrupt you? Did you go up the top of Everest?
No, do you know what? We got to Camp 3,
Wow, that's pretty good though.
and it was deemed a little bit too dangerous. It was that year that I think 12 people died.
Oh God, yeah. It
And,
does sound scary.
With wounded veterans going up Everest, we didn't want to risk them anymore, so we got to Camp 3, and the better part of that was to say no, enough now. It was
How-
too dangerous.
And how high is Camp 1? Is base Camp 1, and how is Camp 3? Or roughly?
Stretching my memory, but I think base camp is we're talking 8,100 meters or 8,300, I can't remember, is the summit of Everest. Base camp is at about 5,000 meters.
Wow.
And camp 3 is, well, in the middle somewhere.
All right.
It's,
And how
it's
many?
probably-
Can I ask how many camps or how many different
Okay.
camps? Go on.
Yeah, there are four camps, and then you, from camp 4, you then make your summit attempt.
Gotcha.
And you tab up. But,
Well, fabulous that you guys got to there. Sorry, I interrupted you on that. I just find Everest scary and fascinating.
it was scary, and it was fascinating, and it was fascinating building a team
Yeah.
of wounded veterans that have been injured in the last sort of 15 years of rather kinetic energy that we've been involved in. And getting them up there and preparing them and giving them all the support that they can need to be able to achieve rather amazing things.
Yes, well done you. And
So that was good.
yes, so you've done all these amazing things, and this year it's just going to be tough, yeah? And last year was tough.
So last year was particularly tough. This year we have got another camp, another expedition, and we're taking some wounded veterans across the Omani desert.
Oh wow. That's next to where I was born, in Yemen, in Aden. So
Okay, very
you're
good.
next door neighbours to. I've wanted to go and visit Oman, but yes, that's quite a desert.
Well, it's quite a beautiful country, and we're walking across the desert with some Omani veterans, wounded veterans as well.
Wow, well, great. That's great that you're
The
Mexican.
Sultan over there has been very cool, and
Very
let us come to his country and use this as a platform to talk about wounded veterans, both in our country and in his.
Excellent. And you know the good word to know in Arabic is shukran, which works everywhere, even though they're different dialects. Thank you. Shukran, thank you. It's the one word that gets you so many places. But yeah, so that's going to happen.
But the question is, are we going to be able to do it in this COVID times?
Yeah.
It's been cancelled a couple of times. We were supposed to go in about February of last year,
All right.
and then we postponed it until November of this year. And now we're going again in February, March. Fingers crossed that actually the Omani authorities let us in. They've been incredibly helpful.
Well, that's great.
But fingers crossed it'll go ahead. It's been postponed twice now.
Right. Yes, I understand.
COVID, yeah.
And I've seen this note about digital poverty.
Well,
Tell us about that.
That's a bit of learning that we've done this year. I mean, clearly, like the rest of the country, we got shut down on the late March, and it was very difficult. Our USP, our sort of what we do is we support veterans in their communities, face-to-face meetings to try and build their confidence, to support their mental health and their physical health, and we haven't been able to do that because. Clearly the lockdown and the COVID thing has been very restrictive in what we've been able to achieve this year. So we switched overnight to remote working, and we're able to, we switched to this type of means in 24 hours from face-to-face to video conferencing. And actually that has enabled us to really understand and to support people better. And some of the outcomes this year have been remarkable, absolutely remarkable. One of the things that we want to do to achieve next year is to build out a digital support team so that we can continue this learning of how to work digitally and online to support our veterans, so actually we don't necessarily need to do the face-to-face work that we have done in the past.
I get the impression you're saying in some ways it's actually been better. This accident of the digital has actually helped.
Oh, do you know what? I think as a nation, as a global community, I think we have all learned new skills and new ways of operating. And in the tragedy that is COVID, I think there are some positives coming out. I mean, the environmental effect of just less travel. And people being more focused in on how to have a lesser impact on our communities and our environment is a good thing.
I
And
hope.
certainly one of the things we've learned is about this digital care and being able to support veterans that way. We'll continue to do our face-to-face work because
Yep.
that's where it works really well. But we want to enhance it by bringing in a better and more robust digital care team.
Excellent. Well done to you guys. No, that is amazing. There are some, in any negative thing, I'm semi-encyclopedic on World War II, and people talk about the special generation, but I think every generation has its special people, and they step up to the plate. Right now at COVID, the NHS, special people, frontline workers, and that happens every generation. And then there's some flip side people who, the tendency, if their characters aren't very positive, they tend to go to completely the other side. So hopefully there's more goodwill than ill will in the world. We can see that more, but I hope the vaccine things that we are spreading them around the world rather than holding them back country by country. So well done to you.
Again, I mean, you make a really good point. Who would have thought 12 months ago that they would be sharing a vaccine globally?
Yes.
It's a really nice development.
And
That actually, maybe we can come together as a global community. Hey, look, I've got your hat.
Excellent. Beautiful.
I love the logo.
Yes, make humanity great again. I'm wearing it right at the moment. If you go to eddieizzard.com, other people watching now, you can buy the hats and masks and t-shirts as well. And profits go to the Make Humanity Great Again fund, and we'll get through to you as well, to you guys. Walking
Well,
with
that's great. Eddie, tell me about the logo, because it resonates. It sounds like something else.
Well, there was someone from history came up with the slogan. I can't remember, but they've sort of anyway, I don't know what they're doing now, but
I believe they are history.
I believe they're holding onto a desk kind of like this at the moment. But yes, I just thought Make Humanity Great Again seems slightly more inclusive. I salute all Americans, and I want them to be in part because they're part of humanity. So this makes 7.8 billion of us, as opposed to, COVID nationalism saying we've got the vaccine, you can't have it. That's not good. COVID globalism, trying to get it round to people in developing countries as well as the developed. That is the way forward. And I just think 21st century, what we're inventing, what we're coming up with for good and for ill, this is the century what will make it a fair world for everyone, or I really worry about humanity. So I love the guys like you and different charities who are doing all these positive things, and we've got to win. The positive forces have got to win, because otherwise I don't think humanity is going to make it. I unfortunately don't think anyone's coming down to help us. It's up to us. So I'm very pleased to talk to people like you.
Well, I think it's starting. Just the fact that we can't possibly get rid of COVID unless everybody's got rid of COVID.
Yes, absolutely. So I think there is in there's a majority of people that want this to happen, and it's so some people are for breaking connections. I'm for making even stronger connections. That's what I'm doing. I'm a trans person. I'm going to run 31 marathons, do 31 shows. The money goes to great people like your organisation and other organisations. I just think, and other people, I want to inspire any other people to do that. Make stronger connections. Make FaceTime with people, with friends. Let's link arms rather than break arms. Or break hands.
So another American president once said, "We can't help everybody, but everybody can help someone." And I think that's a really nice sort of strapline to be able to lead our lives forward.
That's great. And you were a forces person. What force were you?
Yeah.
What branch were you?
I was in the infantry. I served for 9 years.
What rank did you get up to?
Oh, I was a bad order captain.
What does that mean?
I never really got into the senior ranks, but I had a lovely time.
I was planning to do officer cadetship at school, so I don't know if you did that, but I was going to go to university and do the 3 years, and I was quite seriously planning to go to, I wanted infantry, paras, marines, something like that. I was kind of fixated on it, but all this other stuff I wanted, it didn't quite mix with it, so in the end I went this way. And I'm trying to do selection. This is me doing selection.
Yeah, well,
the Special Forces was always on my mind, so I'm doing...
So selection is not a bodily thing, not a physical thing, it's a mental thing.
It absolutely, and so is endurance running and ultra-marathon runners. And the stuff that you guys do with the veterans, it's the mind control. The body will do what the mind says. And again, I go back to World War II, people did amazing things and they weren't planning to do that. They weren't brainwashed if they were on the Allied side. I know we're talking about some other countries, but it's the motivation being positive, and it's beautiful what you're doing, because I know the veterans must feel very positive when they come back from these expeditions.
Yeah, so you need to tidy that up a bit, because clearly the expeditions are really interesting, but they're a shop window. They're the brand building exercise of what we do. We support a very few people going on these expeditions. And these expeditions are actually all corporately sponsored. It's just like a football shirt, Yokohama tires from Manchester United or what have you. And that's great. And that's our ability to have a platform to be able to talk to a wider audience. But actually, the work we do within the charity is much more granular.
Right.
So this year, I think we'll support about 3,500 veterans that are having a hard time. And we support them on the ground with their mental, their physical, and their emotional and social piece. What is key is actually service in the armed forces, but service across the whole of our nation is a really noble thing, whether it's the NHS, the teachers, or joining the armed forces. And sadly, there is a small minority of individuals that get shelled out of that system. Right. Whether that be through physical trauma, mental trauma, and or emotional sort of social issues. And so we support those guys on their journey back to civilian life and back into resilient individuals who are tax-paying individuals, and that's our game. That's our real focus. So we did about 3,000. We supported about 3,000 last year, 3,500 last year, and we do it in three different ways. We support them on their mental health journey. A lot of it is in working aligned with the NHS. We do a good job, but they can't do everything. Right. And so we top up and support that care, that mental health care, dealing with the trauma. We also support guys back into work, and you know yourself how important work is for purpose and value, and actually just paying the bills. Yeah. And so this year we will have got about 500 people back into jobs, and that's a remarkable achievement in a COVID environment. Yes, absolutely. Where people are losing their jobs, sadly, across the whole of this nation. It's been a really tough time for the economy. And the other thing we do is care coordination, which is supporting people in their communities, where they work, where they live, with issues such as debt, substance abuse, with housing, and those sorts of things. Because of course each one of those individual elements drives and pushes on their mental health. And so we have this holistic care package where we support them at a granular level in the hope to get them back as fit, able and productive members of society. Excellent. Well, thank you for telling us that, and thank you for existing, and making things work during this COVID hell. As you say, we've all had to adjust, and resilience of human beings, it's hopefully a positive sign for the future. We can adjust and change and work out better ways of moving forward. So, unless there's anything else you'd like to add, because this is your window, your shop window time to talk to the world. Do you know what? There is one other thing that I'd like to touch on, which is the gritty end of what we do. We have a quite a big criminal justice program, right? Where we support veterans that are caught up in police custody, right? And you might ask why we're supporting guys that are caught up in police police custody. But actually, you know, clearly, if you robbed a bank, you've made some really bad decisions, and actually the criminal justice system is going to work its processes, and we can't really help those kind of guys. But actually, it's the guys that are caught fighting or drinking or you know, the lower level antisocial aspects.
Yes.
We do find quite a lot of veterans being caught up in that, and the drivers to that are actually a lack of opportunity, a lack of support within their communities, and so we support those guys getting back on their feet. It's a program called Project Nova, and I've got a team out throughout. There are 42 police forces around the UK, and we've got teams in 22 of those 42 areas, supporting veterans getting back on their feet from the criminal justice. These aren't really criminals. These are guys that tripped up over the criminal justice system, being brought into police custody. We support them back out into their communities as well, and that's a really positive thing. And hopefully, these guys are going on to lead good, able, fit, productive lives as well.
Well, thank you for saying that. That is a tough thing to talk about, but it's great that you're covering that as well. So well done to you. Okay, very good. I better run on.
Well, Eddie, look, good luck with all of this.
Thank you.
It's quite a task you've set yourself.
I know it's once I've got over halfway, it'll be easier to be confident. But I have done them before, but not quite like this. And
well, you're being in that darkened room. Where are we today? You're in London. Yes?
I'm in London. This is celebrating London, UK. Anywhere, but people, if they join me on their treadmill, if they happen to have a treadmill, there's a ZWIFT app, and the people are running along 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people running alongside me at the moment, 7, and they sort of wave and they give thumbs ups, and that's all. That's kind of fun. Virtual running, and then I can talk to people like yourself, and they can watch it all streaming on eddieizzard.com, and yeah, it's kind of crazy, but you know.
And tell me about the stand-up shows.
Well, the stand-up shows are going to be slightly drunken. They're going to feel that way because if you run for 6 hours, the amount of endorphins, as I call them, in your body, it's a truckload. And I did 2 of them when I was back in February, and they were just kind of weird and spacey, and there's no audience there. So this is Studio 4 at Riverside Studios. I go to Studio 2. Normally holds about 400, 500 people, and it's just me and 1 straight on camera, 1 camera to a side, and I will talk a bit like this, but in a more comedic. I will go through the best scenes of scenes of my past career to no audience. So I will just have to assume that I'm being really funny, or at least interesting. So that's what's going to happen at 7 p.m. London time every day. And we celebrate a different city each day. So it's Lisbon in Portugal tomorrow. And as you can see, the images behind are all London today, and they'll be all Lisbon in Portugal tomorrow. And people can send them in to us and put the hashtag Make Humanity Great Again. And then we'll put them up.
I love the hashtag Make Humanity
Great
Great Again, because it is so true.
Yes.
And just a word of thanks from us at Walking with the Wounded. We're a fundraising charity, we're events-based. Last year, in March, we had to cancel about £1.4 million worth of event income that we had planned on. We navigated the year relatively successfully, but clearly this COVID thing is running into this year, and it's going to be tough again. We know how we're going to achieve it, but the support that we can get from guys like you are amazing. And so I can't thank you enough for helping us achieve our goals, and we will certainly help you achieve yours. We'll be tracking your journey over the next 20, 30 days, 31 days.
Well, thanks for believing in us. You know, as I mentioned before, I did want to be in the military. I understand, you know, some people have a big lock on the military, but I don't see it that way, and that's why and I'll mention this here. I'm not trying to. Because a lot of people don't know it's about the D-Day commemorations. Every year, every 5 years I go and I perform in English, French, and German to commemorate the fallen and to celebrate the peace that has been made since then. And so I perform in the language of the German nation, who've tried like crazy to be better than the Nazis were, and in French and in English, the three languages of the battle that was going on. And that's kind of a beautiful thing to do, and then raise money for charity for military-linked charities like yourselves. And that's what I like to do, is just to do something imaginative and commemorate and celebrate peace and commemorate the hell that people went through. So, just wanted to mention that.
Well,
Cool.
Brilliant. And you're certainly, this sort of thing is amazing. And actually brings everybody together. It just focuses the mind.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for coming in. Thanks for believing in me for signing
Okay,
up.
well, I would love to come and join you on another run, but I'm not a runner.
No, okay.
I'm taking the family swimming.
Okay.
This afternoon.
That's
Bit of ice water swimming.
Yes.
It's an annual event. Is the quick dip in the lake.
Oh, right, the freezing cold dip in the lake. Yes, very good.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I got to go and do my lifeguard duty.
Good luck with that one. All right.
Well, good luck with yours.
Happy New Year. Take care.
Eddie, thank you very much indeed, and Happy New Year. Good luck.
Cheers, Terry. Okay. Oh, pit stop. I'm going to do a pit. I'm running with a bundle of people, so everyone who's there. Oh, I should do a message, shouldn't I? If I do this. Can you send out a message for me? No. Why don't you try it? Just say, I'm going to do a pit stop for 5 minutes. Guys, I'm going to do a pit stop for 5 minutes. Sorry? Yeah, just out to the entire world. And then put Eddie at the end, just in case that doesn't come up. So what's happening now, if you're watching, oh, we're going around a corner, is I'm going to do a pit stop, but Sarah's on my ZWIFT companion app, so she can make a message easier than I can, and so we're going to put out this message that I'm doing about a 5 minute pit stop. Let's see if that comes through. Tell me when you've sent it. Oh, and he's going to do a pit stop. Okay, that's 0. They all run on. No, it's okay. Yeah, that's 11.1k. Okay, so we're back. So, about 4 hours to go. Dave, can you hear me?
Yep.
There's no way we can get a clock with London time on in the bottom, opposite the bit where the ZWIFT thing is in this corner. I couldn't get one like that, can I? Is that possible?
It's something we're working on.
Oh, thank you very much. Da-da-da. Okay. So we're back running again. It's chilly today. I should wear warmer stuff. I have a warm top coat, but maybe if I just keep running, it'll be okay. 4 hours 6. So we're 20 minutes off. Thanks to everyone who's running along. Have you been able to do a thumbs up? A group thumbs up? Yeah, just keep doing them. Who does it go to? People in the area? Yeah. Is that you just doing it now? So, where are we now? Yes. Who's the next? What time's the next guest? I was quite happy whittling away, and now I've gone into specifics. Okay, but not specific. Okay. About the what? Yes. Oh, that's good. Good chat. Great that they're doing that. Oh. Oh. So, the question is, will I run out of puff? I should warm up, shouldn't I? But maybe it's because I just stopped for a bit. To see how I am in 15 minutes time. Yeah, this is how I tend to work on any marathon. Got to get to halfway, so I sort of count up to halfway. Got to get to 21k, because I think it's 42.18 kilometers. We've got 42.2 here, so do a little bit more. But once I get to 21, I think it's all countdown. Then I get to 22, then it's just 20k to go, then 15k to go. That's how I work it. Everyone will have their different methods. But oh yeah, if you're running with a friend and you're chatting away, that's good. You see, at the moment I'm doing chatting to myself, which is interesting because that also passes the time. But I feel I'm talking to you guys out there in the world. And yeah, so I find, if you might have found this, if you're running with someone else and you chat away, you find, oh, we've done the X distance, so we're doing this. But there's two things I find that you can actually just phone up someone, and if you have your earphone in, you can run along and have a chat with someone who's at home with their feet up. And because it's the chat, it's the thinking, it's getting your mind off the boom, 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 boom thing. That's what helps. So try that. If you're out running, just phone a friend and have a chat. Maybe they don't want to chat. You don't have to get a chatty person, a chatty Kathy, and or a chatty Kevin, and just have a big chat. But also, you could both go for a run. I just realised this. You both go around at the same time and chat to each other while you're both running separately. So, and even around the world, you could do that. Now there's a little, you can measure yourself on the ZWIFT app with a little stride pod that you put into your laces, and it measures by strides, and it gives you a pretty close approximation of what the distance is on the screen. But I wonder whether you can do that outside, because it's measuring stride. You could go out and put something like ZWIFT on your phone app and run along, and outdoors it should measure you by logic. If you've got a signal going in there, and if it's Bluetoothed up to your stride thingy, that should measure it. You should be able to go along, and then you could join me as well outdoors. I don't know if anyone's doing that or can do that, but yeah, it's a thought, and because that's what I like to do. I like to think out of the box. Oh yes, out of the box. What did I have? I had a piece of stand-up in France. I was doing it in French, and I was talking about a character who thought out of the box. And out of the box in French is hors de la boîte. Hors de la boîte. H-O-R-S. Very difficult word to say for English speakers. Hors de la boîte. And I remember the first time I was using it, or the first weeks, and everyone was coming backstage and saying, hors de la boîte, hors de la boîte. Il faut dire hors de la boîte. And it's getting that hors. And no one could understand what I was saying, because it was such a tricky word. A bit like what do I want? Anything with TH for us, for French speakers, that's tricky. Thermometer can't be much fun. But yeah, if you are learning another language, learn the swear words first. A very good one in French is putain, which essentially means prostitute. You go around saying, oh, prostitute, which actually doesn't make any sense, but if you come up with the word whore, there you go. I'll be after the 9 o'clock. Watershed, this is Unwatershed, this is like HBO you're watching here, or something like that. Yeah, so you're watching Game of Thrones basically here. So if technology goes down, you'll hear me swearing. I might be able to control it, because I tend to go I love technology when it works, and I hate it when it doesn't. But yeah, swear words are good, I think. You should teach kids swear words straight off, because then it's fun. You know, learning language is going to be fun. And also, people say they don't have the facility for language, but they do, because they can speak one language. And when they started off, they didn't have that language. So they developed the ability, and it's basically motivation and repetition, that's it. And if you were ever accidentally thrown in prison for something you didn't do in a foreign country, you could be sure your motivation would be very high, and you'd be speaking sentences, or basic sentences, at least within a month, a few weeks or a month, just to keep yourself alive. So your motivation being so high, you would learn that language. No one's just going to sit there and say, no, I'm not going to learn any language, which a lot of English speakers do. But I'd say the Spanish are with us on this. I think English and Spanish are the closest in the easier languages to learn, to put together to get to basic levels. And a lot of Spanish speakers quite often don't have English, and English speakers don't have anything other than English. But if you get one, and if you're bilingual, that doesn't help you. If you're bilingual and you learn a third language, it will be like learning your second language, because you got the first two, and there wasn't much stress, because you learned them when you're a kid from, say, school, and from your parents, if one of your parents, both of them spoke a different language. So there's no stress with learning those languages. You just gradually build them up. And yeah, so that's an interesting thing. Bilingual, even trilingual people. I've known a couple of trilingual people, and the next language they learn is going to be as hard as our first language. The first language we learned, our second language. Because that's always a tough one. But get yourself to the country. If you really want to learn it, you get a gig, get a job of work in the country, then you're bombarded, better word. You're bombarded by the language, and then you cannot but take it in if you're working, if you're trying to do a job of work. Oh, I'm running at the front of them. That's weird. I think everyone's being very nice to me. This is on my screen, not on the screen. Always pointed the wrong way. Yes. So if you've got any pictures of London, if you're out today, selfies, videos, just put them online. You can tweet them, you can FaceTime, Facebook them, or you can Instagram them. Put the hashtag, that's important, makeyoumanty.com. No, that's not me. Put the hashtag makeyoumanty great again. This one. Hashtag makeyoumanty great again. And put some photos up there, and we'll endeavour to get them in, listed on, and rotating around. That would be nice to add to the thing. And put the city that you're putting up, if it's London, because for tomorrow it'll be Lisbon, and if you're in Lisbon and you're a runner, put up Lisbon, pictures of Lisbon, Madrid, pictures of Madrid, Rome, Valletta in Malta, Nicosia in Cyprus, other places. Paris is much later. There's Vienna, we're going to, loads of them. I have a whole list we're going to put up. Yeah, so anywhere in the EU is where we're going to run. And oh look, there's a dramatic one. Look at that. Some of these photos are mine actually, which I've done. The ones that are running down rivers are actually mine. So now I'm puffing a bit, but just got a soldier on. Oh yeah, I found this thing that if you're out and you're running, maybe this is not true, but well, I was talking to someone else about running on the treadmill, and they said you run for a while, you talk, you do this, and you look back and you think, I seem to have moved 0.3 of a kilometre. It just seems to take forever. Not sure why, but yes. Oh, running along. Oh yes, and you can text donations in to 70810, either the word 10 or the word 20, for £10 or £20, which is £10. It's almost parity now with the euro. It's about £10 to £11, and it's about $30.50. So there you go, kids. Here we are, running along, big balloon about to go. Big balloon, Zeppelin. It's interesting, the Zeppelins, essentially the Nazis championed the Zeppelin, which flew all around the world. Then it blew up like the Hindenburg, and they didn't do that again. But they still exist at American football games. I don't think we had them over our football games. I think you guys in America have them over yours. I keep banging things with my hand, that's not so good. One thing about running with a load of people is I feel obliged to keep going. I will occasionally stop. You can actually give me things and I can do it on the move. Just proving that. Then I do a gig afterwards. Oh, I've got to work out. My brother has been working out bits scenes from my previous shows that would be good to talk about. Yeah, so all around the world, if you want to do donations, go to eddieizzard.com, but specifically it's crowdfunded.co.uk, not .com, that's a different site, but the .co.uk, even though it's a British site, whatever you pay it, I think we're taking in different, you can put it to different, I was asking if it would be different, pounds or euros or dollars, but if not, it will tell you how much, hopefully, or you can work it out. But that's hopefully how it will. Sarah, you couldn't check that out, could you? Just go to the crowdfunding thing and see. Because that makes it... People like to give in their own money because they know how much it is. Oh yes, there's a donate button. I'm being told at 2:30 p.m. Yeah, if you go to eddieizzard.com, there is a donate button there. You can donate from anywhere in the world. In Britain, we've also set up a text thing for that 70810, and you'll see that coming up on the screen. You thought 10 or 20 pounds? That'd be very nice of you. But easy. I know putting in your credit card was a pain in the bottom, I think is the polite way of saying it, but it is getting easier, isn't it? You can now scan the cards mostly, and sometimes you can pay by Apple Pay or Google Pay or Banana Pay or... Anyway, you gradually see me sort of wavering around a bit, getting more out of breath, but I will just ride on. You do seem to have a bunch of people nearby. Can you on the app see how many people are running along with? All right. Well, just the number, total number. 16 people. Well, actually, I could read them out. Is it all listed on your thing? I'm going to see if I can get it on at the same time or whether it blows up. I'll just try it. Ooh, I've unlocked the running outfit. Hot pink. Oh, hot pink shoes. I've been trying to get hot pink shoes. Oh, I'm in. Now, how did you get to that thing where... Can you come over here and show me so I don't press the wrong thing?
Okay. So then you go messages, and then when you go direct message, it shows you who's nearby,
Oh, right.
and then you can cancel that.
Well,
So
let's stay in there. So
yeah.
I'm going to give a shout out now to everyone who's nearby. Clive Finnemore, hi Clive, and J Leo, QAT, in brackets Dave Little, hello, shout out to you. Barry William, Tina Beard, then we've got Anne Salmon, so Run Shaw, there we go, there's the name, Alex Hamilton, hello to you, Stephen Cousins, Andrew Van Hook, hopefully I've got doing my pronunciations good there, Martin Tomlin, Michelle Young, JC Stanhope, John Rice, Steve Montero Busti, and then the name is too long, and Travis Singleton and Stuart Harris. There we go. I think you're all running along. It's Steve Montero Bustin. I'm running and trying to read. Bustinskin. Bustinskin? You have an amazing name. There you go. Right. Thank you everyone running along today. You're probably, and apologies if you're going, this is so slow, but I have to keep things in reserve. I have to do that. Otherwise, I won't make it. I won't make the 31 days. I've stopped and gone back on. Oh no, don't do this to me. No, I've lost it. Damn. Thought I was there. Where am I? I gotta go in again. Yeah, it just blew. Oh, really? Hi there. Oh, look, there's the. Go and take a photograph. Need to put this up. Thank you. I can't do it. No, there, that one. No, take a photograph. Sarah, take a photograph. Sarah, take a photograph.
I will.
All right. We have people who come to Referred Studios with masks on, everyone being COVID safe. And, oh God, if you try and do other things, it takes that out of you. The left knee beginning to talk to me a little bit. Hopefully that'll go away. So, what are we doing? Hour and 53. Right. Still quite a long way to go. Interesting, the first marathon starts off kind of okay, but then you've got day 2, day 3, well, the first 10, this is what I've said. It sounds rather glib, but it's kind of true. The first 10 marathons are the hardest. So, that's... Now this one is going on. Sometimes if you get a problem, if you keep going, it'll go away. Sometimes it doesn't. But how often do you throw things at me food-wise? So we've got one coming up then? Alright. It'd be nice to keep it to a rigid pattern. Sorry? Yeah. I'm going to do food on the move, which all you experienced runners will know. You can do. The table is there, and you grab things. I mean, if you're really pro, if you're like me, you stop at the table, and go, oh, I'll have one of those. And if you're very pro, you just grab things and move on. Sorry? I'm okay for drink, thanks. Whew. I found if you do feeding, I suppose if you're on a run, it isn't per time, is it? Per distance. You know, that's when you know there's going to be a feeding station. But if it's on the time scale, you tend to you become like a monkey in the zoo. You start going, oh, it's almost the time. Like a dolphin, and they're going to throw you things. But not yet, because it's only 1:55. Because of my stop, I'm slightly over. So I'm at 1:56 on this. You can see it on the... Or if you watch it online, you'll be able to... Yeah, until the actual hour of running. Second hour. Yeah, 4 minutes. Right, yes, what was I talking about? I suppose it's what's happened if you're a DJ and you've got a long show. You have certain things you're going to talk about. I should have a checklist. Oh yes, well, that's what I was going to do. I was going to work out things I'm going to talk about tonight. These were recommended by my brother, Mark. So he recommended a Star Trek from definite article. That was all about. It feels like a lot of people have done it now, so I'm slightly hesitant on it, but it was fun. Somebody in Eastbourne came out of a pub and said, "Thank you for Widdly Wee." I didn't know what they were talking about. I realised it's a bit of my material. It was tended to be Spock, or the science officer, which always was Spock, and they'd go down to some planet with the bloke who was in a different coloured t-shirt, and we knew was going to die, and he'd have this box to go, "Widdly Wee, Widdly Wee, Widdly Wee, Widdly Wee." He'd say, "Captain, this planet is made of mainly Widdly Wee." Actually, maybe this is just a box with Widdly Wee written out, which is it's very childish. Well, this is the essence of my humour. It's very Python and very Goonsian. If you don't know the Goons, you can go online and download the Goons. Peter Sellers, if you're from outside the UK, Peter Sellers, you probably know Spike was the kind of genius writer behind it, and he went kind of mad having to write so many episodes. And Peter Sellers would do the main voices together, and then Harry Seacombe as well. Those three would be the Goons. And my dad started playing with the Goons at the same time as I was hearing the Python tapes, because I was at a boarding school where you couldn't watch Python. You couldn't watch anything. There was no television. That's how that worked. So I was getting tapes come in, and tapes of Python and tapes of the Goons. So I had surreal happening in stereo. And this type of humour, the stuff that I've done, you start off very silly, and if you look at the track Python, it's very silly, and then you get layer and layers on top until you're making, Meaning of Life was making a lot of serious points about religions and the schisms of religions, and how well, this is my theory, is that organised religion tends to start with a decent person with a good idea. Then if you take the Yeshua, Jesus character, Yeshua, who the Greeks called Jesus, he was a modernizer. He was saying, "We've lost our way, we're getting all into the forms and the hats and the thing and the Pharisees. Come on, let's get back to the essence of what we should be about." And that's what Muhammad did as well. And And then the people who come after them said, what they really meant was, and then the reinterpretations upon reinterpretations, and then the Pope deciding he was infallible as late as the 1800s, I believe it was. Oh, by the way, I'm infallible. So that means that was a bad move. And also, priests used to be able to have partners, have wives, and all in the Jewish religion, any food time. Yes, thank you. Any
Keep the plate.
this is a plate thing. Rabbis, all rabbis, I think they have to be married. They're encouraged to be married, but they have to be married, so that for their congregation, I don't know if that word is used in the Jewish faith, but the people that they speak for with, they can help them if they're having marital problems. It seems a very good idea. It's somewhere in the Catholic religion that went to another place. I'm now going to eat and stop talking to him. I can still do an interview with myself. With what is this? This is just a chocolate yummy thing. Just the one that Jim said, he'll like that. Yeah, it's very chocolatey. Yeah, difficult to talk. Actually, have the plate made. Yes, so where were we? About religions. I do find them interesting. Religions they do tend to come from a good starting point. Abraham, the Abrahamic religions, which is all three, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all come from Abraham. If Abraham had lived forever, then you wouldn't have, they're not only schisms, they're completely seen as entirely different religions, but they all link back to Abraham, or Ibrahim. And Jesus is in the Quran, and the birth of Jesus is in the Quran. Very interesting. Muhammad's a very interesting guy. I find that the true history of those people is interesting and fascinating. And then the layers of stuff on top of reinterpretation upon reinterpretation, it gets lost. And I think if those people came back in time, they would say, where has my initial ideas gone? It's been lost under all these layers of other stuff. And often that's very, it's violence. Violence on top of it, violence about the disagreements. So this is why I say 21st century, the coming of age of humanity will happen this century. And I say it because it's the number 21. Maybe that's a little neat. 21, that's the coming of age. But we have invented we can invent so much quicker things that are good. The vaccines, it was Turkish German people. Is it a husband and wife, or it's a man and a woman? Definitely. And there's a woman in Oxford who's come up with the other one, the Oxford vaccine. Obviously there's teams as well behind them, but great that there's two women in there. Women in science, excellent. Women should have had equal parity. I worked out from the cognitive revolution. That's 70,000 years ago. So women owed back pay for 70,000 years, and rights as well. Equal rights. It should have been from then. As soon as you worked out that muscle power was very, very limited. That's the only difference and advantage that men have due to more testosterone in the body. Anyway. So yes, the religions. Interesting. So, I consider myself spiritual atheist, and I link up humanity is the thing that I would never say worship is too much, but salute the goodness of humanity, the great things done by beautiful people in humanity. All those positive things are great. Unfortunately, we have another bit, which I suppose is part of humanity, but it's the scuzzy side. The side we don't like. The side that's not positive. The side that's not positive. No. So I've talked away a bit. I look back and I've run for 5 minutes. Oh, that was about 20 minutes now. Oh, oh well. Well, 3 hours 30 to go. That's counting down. At least that's counting down. So I'm going to talk to Jeff Calhoun in a minute. I'm not sure how soon. That would have been at 12:10. Is it soon? 2:15, so about 5 minutes. What? 2:30, so about 20 minutes. 2:30 UK time. I'm going to talk to Jeff Calhoun, who's a board member of Covenant House, another one of the charities who we Make Humanity Great Again Fund is donating to. And they're based in New York and help through 6 different countries. And he's going to tell us all about Covenant House and how that works. And he's been a board member since 2013, so it'd be great to have a chat with Jeff in about 20 minutes. I like having a chat with people, and then things really, the kilometers zip by. Oh, I do feel cold. Quoting what, sorry? All right, good. Oh. 16 kilometers. In ZWIFT, you can adapt your avatar to make it look more how you'd like it to look, more closer to you. That's what you can do. You have those tools, and you can wear different clothes and everything. We're just splitting there. Oh. Ow. Yes. I was talking about this before. Yes, spiritual atheist. That's what I have to say. Well, actually, atheist is not a good word because it's been demonized so much. Non-believer. Well, I'm actually a believer. I believe in humanity. If anything's more God, it is humanity. It is. But I think it's I don't think it's a bloke upstairs. I think it's us, the collective goodwill that comes out from time to time. You see it in the positive actions in a COVID crisis, the positive actions in a World War II. Anyone who's doing the positive and progressive things, the frontline workers, NHS, the health workers and frontline workers in every country who obviously be going above and beyond. That's how I believe in. You should have the right to have a fair chance in life. That is it. In one line, that is my worldview. I don't know how to make it happen, but I'm going to try like crazy. That's what I'm going to do. And yeah, and this century, yes, I think this century, I was saying this before, went slightly off the point, but we can invent good things, and I was saying this about the vaccines coming through, people jumping on it quick, we need to get this thing out, this is a good thing. But there's someone else out there who whose mind is in a different place, and say, I want to invent negative things that destroy, things that take away, things that can be used in a negative way. Then, depending on their point of view, they might see it in a positive way. So, but if everyone had a fair chance in life, economics is the key thing. It's behind every war. And so, if you get it to everyone having a fair chance, then I just think humanity could exist. Otherwise, I worry that we'll just wipe ourselves off the face of the planet. Now, you might take that as a bit extreme, but COVID is a virus, and if you look how human population has been going, it's kind of like a virus. And if we don't get it to a place where we all have a fair chance, I see things being invented that tear us apart. So, it's up to us. I don't think anyone's coming to help us. If you've noticed, World War II, this is my thing. If there was some other special being that was going to come and help us, surely World War II, 60 million dead, that's when they were going to come. Or the Spanish flu, also 50 to 60 million died. Surely someone should have popped down and said, whoa, come on, I'll stop that. I'm the guy who created all this. But I think we're all just lucky enough to be here. I think we're just in a sweet spot of dinosaurs got blown away. We're going to cut to, I've just been told we're going to cut to videotape at 2:30. Around 14 minutes. If you do, you won't be able to hear it. Okay, I won't be able to hear the VT, I'm afraid. But you will. Then I'll talk to Jeff, and he'll tell us everything. Yeah. So, yeah. But I do feel buoyed by all the wonderful things that people do. And then I feel dragged down by all the negative things people do. Hey-ho. We shall see. But that's what I'm going to fight for. A fair chance for everyone. I think a good direction to go in. It's funny, when I look on the screen, I can see myself running. It doesn't look very fast. It isn't very fast. I mean, this is only a third of the speed that the world record holders are going at. They're essentially, from my point of view, sprinting. Those are very fast people. They're very fast runners. So, it's cold outside at the moment. What's the temperature there? Oh, it's 2 degrees. It's a balmy 2 degrees centigrade. Tomorrow it'll be down to 4 degrees at the top temperature. 4 degrees. Okay, we'll have a very cold bath. Then 6, then about 5. Yeah. It's going to be a cold couple of weeks in London. I don't know what the temperature is like where you are, but that looks a little rough. Thank you for the thumbs up. Is that over me? I can never quite tell if the thumbs up is over me or for someone else. That was maybe for someone else. Now on my ZWIFT app, I'm running towards a volcano. There you go. And there's lava flow as well. That's what you can do in a virtual world. Run towards a lava flow. I suppose if it was a volcano spewing lava, it doesn't look terribly angry, but I think you'd run towards it. I think you'd run away. If anyone's been to Pompeii, there was a question that a lot of people would ask, was why were people caught there? It's because the volcano had been threatening for ages, and they'd done that before, and there'd been many rumbles and stuff, and then suddenly it just blew up. And then I think it's called a pyroclastic flow, pyroclastic flow, and it just comes at the speed of a fast car towards you, and you can't get out of the way. Happened in Mount St. Helena in Washington State in America as well. Tough thing, and people tend not to be ready for it because volcanoes threaten. Anyway, that's what goes on. Can we cut back to the front view, please, Dave? I can see pictures in the background. David? Thank you very much. Oh. I think when I talk to Jeff Calhoun in 10 minutes, I will be chatty again, but I can feel the chat is going out of me. Well, the chat's still there, just the energy to make the chat, I suppose. It never gets easier, just get faster at reading out people's message. Okay, so if anyone's doing ZWIFT, put a message on the message board and I'll read it out. Might not be a message to ask. If you put Eddie on the front bit and then put a message, then I'll read it out. But I think it has to come from people around me. If you're running, you're probably having difficulty putting messages out. I think the ZWIFT companion people can put messages out. Hey-ho. Oh, hi, Eddie. Someone's saying hi. Who's that? Jay Lee. Hello. Hi, Jay Lee. There we go. Thanks for running along. Oh, Jay Leah. Is it Jay Lee or Leah? Excuse me, I'm trying to focus. I think it's Leah. Thank you. Hey. There's an interesting thing about, I think, exercise. Well, I looked at this, all wild animals are fit. They are all fit. Eddie, keep up the good work. Awesome. Julie, not here much longer. We'll join you tomorrow. Thank you, Julie. Thanks so much. Yeah, just do pop in for 10 minutes and I'll try and work out how I can interact easier with people over the days that come. But thanks for coming along. Whew. Are you sending messages? On Twitter. Sarah's sending messages on Twitter. No, it seems not. Are you in there at the moment? I don't think I should go on there. I don't think my legs are gonna. I need to just keep focused. Take it down 0.1 of a kilometre, see what that, if that gives me a completely different lease. I keep hitting the board with my hands. Oh. La, 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 la. When I was first going on Zwift, there were lots and lots of cyclists there as well. They seem to have gone somewhere else, which is nice, I suppose. I thought that we were all going to be muddled up. That's okay. I dropped 0.1 of a kilometre an hour on my thing as I've come to the back of the pack. That's why I suddenly disappeared. Thank you, S. Cousins. Thank you for that message. Chapeau indeed. It's literally the hats off. That was a message there, but thank you very much. And hats off is in French it's chapeau, which means hat, so hat. And Hut ab in German, which means hats off. So it's saying it's in the same in 3, maybe many languages, which could only have come once we invented hats, because hats were invented in 1492, the Battle of the Hats. Would cave people have had hats? Cave dwellers? Not sure. When it was wet, they would have put something up there. Oh, everyone's dropped back around me. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And again, we run towards lava flowing from a volcano. A virtual world. Virtual world. It looks very sunny. I mean, with lava going, so it's kind of warm where I'm running at the moment. But I think, yeah, it's not so sunny here. A bit of a grey day. do the full marathon with Eddie on the final day. On the final day, okay. Yeah, that'll be fun. Thanks very much, Jaylia. Thank you. Thanks for coming along, being company. Yeah, you got a month to get fit. Everyone come and join me on the last day. That's the thing, and run the entire bloody marathon. That'd be good. Bye-bye. Well done indeed, yes. People running along. Done 10 kilometers, is that Jaylia? Coming on for 10k. I'm coming up to my half marathon, baby. Coming up there. 21k. Not too far. And once you hit the psychological half, oh, it's VT. VT's coming up. Everyone at home, there's a VT now coming up by Covenant House. Take a look. It's one of the wonderful organizations we're raising money for. Based in New York in America, in the United States. If you haven't been to New York, you need to go there. It's a wonderful, wonderful city. Spiritually, it's the wonderful pictures of London going on the background.
I came out as transgender, and I kind of lost all of my community around me. That was really hard for me, and I ended up homeless for the last year. So it's been kind of a whirlwind and kind of a disaster the last year. But in the last 4 months, I found Covenant House. I called here, and I was able to get in the same day. So that was really helpful for me. I have a history of being in foster care, so I kind of understood what it was like to be in a group home. I found it comforting to be around people around my age rather than a variety of ages. And I like the fact that there's like a no drug policy and stuff like that. I really found it helpful that we have our own rooms. I met with Miss Carolyn when I first came, and that was my intake, and we talked about what I was looking for and what the rules were like and what the expectations were. I found them really helpful because I honestly struggle with commitment and consistency. So I found this time here really helpful. The challenges aren't so bad when you think about it and when you get through them. They helped me by not giving up on me, not kicking me out because I was struggling with my mental health. They were able to see that and recognize that I just needed some help. They basically saved my life.
countries, and we house about 2,000 young people a night, 50,000 a year, and that's young people experiencing homelessness, or it can also be survivors of human trafficking. And we were very proud of our Mothers and Babies program, which we've just recently expanded to include also fathers and babies. And so, you know, it's what you're doing. We just try to do what we can do to show the best side of humanity.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Can you explain a bit more about the mothers and babies, fathers and babies? How does that work?
Yes, I'd like actually to bring in our Chief Development Officer, Jill,
Yeah.
who really will be better at explaining the specificity of that. Hi, Jill. Good morning.
Jill, are you there?
Hi, Happy New Year. Hi, I echo everything that Jeff said. I'm so grateful that you're giving Covenant House this spot. Can you all hear me? Thumbs
Yes.
up?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Yep, so thank you for that question about our parent-child program. So we have some young people who come to us because their homelessness is a result of or directly connected to the fact that they also have parental responsibilities. And so we, if they come to us when they're pregnant, we help them through that process and make sure that they start the new baby's life off in a positive way, with it's surrounded by love and in a safe place, with the medical care and all the guidance that they need. And if they come to us when they're experiencing homelessness and already have a baby or a little one with them, then we take them in and help them through that process and help them become the parents that they want to be in their hearts, but just need, like the rest of us, a little bit of support to be able to do it right.
And that could be mothers, but it could be fathers if they're just left with a small child. Is that the father?
Yes, absolutely, Eddie. That's right.
Excellent. Well, well done to you guys. It's what I think is wonderful in this situation of COVID, and this is to you and Jeff and all of you at Covenant House, is we can be global here. Even though I was going to be running in different cities, probably around Europe, we can now reach over to you, talk to you, and there's people running with me who, as the time goes on, will be running with me from America as well. And it's wonderful how this global reach, and they can go to eddieizzard.com and they can put money on, donate for charities like Covenant House and Care International, all these other ones. So it's brilliant to be able to talk to you.
Hey, Eddie, I have to tell you, I've been a fan since, I think it was, I don't remember the date, but Joe Egg on American Airlines Theater.
Oh,
and
yes.
Blew me away then, and you just continue to do so. You're such an inspiration. I really can't tell you. We're acting like this is normal, but what you're doing is extraordinary.
Well, it's bonkers. What it is bonkers, actually, Jeff. But it's good bonkers. There's bad bonkers. I think you had a situation that was bad bonkers happening recently. But anyway, good bonkers is hopefully the positive side of things that are out there, a little bit eccentric.
Well, maybe you tap into everyone's good bonkers. The world would be a better place.
Yes. I don't know if you saw what I was doing there, but I knocked the console and the whole thing went off. And I was going, oh no. But actually it's okay, just went to sleep for a bit. I'm now running.
No, but I love that you're talking. You're not only running and talking, but you're eating a biscuit at the same time.
I know. Well, if I was talking about this earlier, if you ever learned to fly an airplane, which I did, a very small single propeller PA-28, you have to do all this thing and navigate and talk to air traffic control. So you have to do all this stuff. You don't do it in a car, you're not supposed to, but you do it in an airplane. So I am actually used to doing this kind of stuff and drinking. I'm not brilliant at it. And yet,
watching you reminds me of what our Kevin Ryan, our president and CEO of Covenant House, talks about. We like to be helium for our kids' dreams.
Oh, right.
That's what we do at Covenant House, and
Very
I feel like
nice.
that's what we're doing right now for all humanity.
Yeah, no, it's great, and it's great. The word humanity is so beautiful, obviously in our slogan, because it's everyone. 7.8 billion of us and rising. Hopefully, our numbers will plateau off, but. It's just wonderful. But I was born in Yemen. I was born in the city of Aden in Yemen, and so a West Asian company were being backed by a Mizuno, which is from Osaka, second city in Japan. So East Asian country. You're over there in the Americas, and I love having this reach, and I perform in French, German, and Spanish as well. So it is all of us. We're all in this together. People have used that and sort of forgot about it, but it is all of us.
And Eddie, unfortunately in America, we can't text with our phones to the UK, but
No.
we can go to eddieIzzard.com, correct, and donate.
If they just go to eddieizard.com, you get through to a crowdfunder site. It's crowdfunder.co.uk, but they will pay, and I think you can either pay in dollars or pay, it all ends up the same, but eddieizard.com is the easiest place. You find the streaming, you can buy the make a donation, and then it'll get through, and some of it goes to you guys, you good guys at Covenant House in New York.
Well, we can't thank you enough, and as I think you know, the American Airlines Theater, or all of Broadway, resides right in the backyard of Covenant House.
Yes.
We're right there in that same area, and so just for our friends here in New York, when can we see you again? Are we going to be able to see you soon?
You mentioned this before, just as my computer was almost blowing up, and you mentioned Jess Joy. Thank you so much for that, because that was a beautiful experience in New York, along with all my other great experiences there. I would love to be back sooner rather than later, but I tend to do more filmed work than theatre work. But you know, but I just love New York. I do. New York it's just I always thought this, you know, in films you see the boats in the 1700s and there's someone saying, I'm going to New World, I'm going to go there, there's different, and I would have gone there. I would have been with you guys. That's why I write on my Twitter thing that I think like an American. And that's all the progressive Americans. I think in that way. Let's go do it, let's go build it, make it happen. And that's what this is. This is it's really an immigrant emotion of someone. Let's try it, push it, work hard, 25 hours a day. Let's just go for it. And
you're like a superhero of humanity, Eddie. You're just blowing my mind. Truly.
No, it's just an Energizer Bunny. I'm just an Energizer Bunny with hopefully some positive thoughts, but I'm basically a big bunny rabbit. So, excellent. So yes, Covenant House. Now people know that the name is out. And which of the 6 countries you're in?
We're in Canada,
Yep.
America, Nicaragua, Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras.
Excellent. And I will be hopefully getting to play those Spanish-speaking countries in Spanish sooner rather than later. And I'm already playing Madrid and Barcelona, todo en español. So that would be great to get down there. And I have to get back up to Canada. But it's, I'm so, you know, I just love hearing the stories, like your stories, and helping people who are just, some people just can't get their imaginations around what struggle these young people are going through. But I can, and I haven't experienced it, but I can, and I'm so pleased that you guys are there.
Well, Eddie, I can tell you on a personal note, me visiting our sites in Latin America, were life, as corny as it sounds, they were life-changing. Until you witness firsthand the struggles and what's happening in this country, it does change you. It has to. It changes your DNA. It molecularly just changes who you are, and hopefully you're all the better for it. But yeah, I have to say, joining Covenant House has been the best thing that's happened to me outside of my family.
Excellent. Well, good for you. Is there anything you would like to say to us? Any other things I haven't talked about? Because here is your window of the world here. If you'd like to express anything, or if we covered everything.
I wish I could be more articulate, but as I said, truly, I'm almost speechless watching what you're doing. It didn't occur to me. I mean, I knew intellectually what you were doing, but until I woke up and pressed onto your website and watched, I've been in awe. I've been in awe. I can't, as I said earlier, we'll bring it full circle. I can't think of a better way to start the new year than to be watching you, meeting you, talking to you about humanity and about Covenant House. So thank you so much. A million thank yous.
Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to you later when I'll have more marathons under my belt. But Happy New Year to you in New York, in America, Covenant House. Salute to you guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back. And I think we're going to talk to another charity. Is it 3 today? Or 4? Later on. Hi there, we've got people. Can the camera show? Can we go to camera? Is it 3? That would show people waving in the background. Dave? I'm not sure you can, but anyway, thank you. Yes, there's people, the people that do exist. You can donate. You can donate through the box there, by the way. If you look at the box around here, if you come around, there's a donation box. With a credit card, you can donate, you see? Yes. If you wish. You don't have to. I'm not trying to put people into... Yes, there they are. People at the doorways. We're not trying to encourage. I think I've Sorry, thank you. It's very nice of yes, that's us. Beep, it goes to us and through. I'm doing hand signals here because no one can hear through the door. Because we're in this safety bubble here. Sorry? Between 4 and 5, okay. So that's ages. Okay. Lesson 3S, thank you so much. We can push the numbers. Oh yes, 70810 and eddieizzard.com. Okay, so if you'd like to donate, Covenant House, who we talked to, and we were talking Walking with the Wounded before, and other great charities we're going to talk to later. If you go to eddieizzard.com, there's a donate button, go straight through to crowdfunder.co.uk. So just eddieizzard.com, go through there, you can hit the donate button. Boom! Anywhere in the world you can do that. If you're in the UK, you can do that as well. But there's an easy peasy way, which is text to 70810 and then write the word 10 or the word 20 in letters, TEN or TWENTY, and 10 or 20 pounds accordingly will go off if you are good enough to give that money. That makes it very easy. That's 70810. 70. Actually, I can, because it's only a UK one, I can say 7081. 70810 or 70810. A bit like that. Anyway, that's the number. But it doesn't work outside the UK. And terms and conditions apply and all that stuff, I'm afraid. But anyway, yeah, easiest way, eddieizzard.com, hit the donate button, boom. And you're helping, you're encouraging me, and you are helping people, helping make humanity great again. That's what 21st century's got to be about. That's what we're going to head for. Everyone who's running along with me, people I can see, A. Smith, J. Middlebrook, hello to you, P. Draper, Pub Demon, S. Cousins, S. Hawks, C. Finnemore. It's the good people of ZWIFT. It'd be nice if you had the first names on there. Or couldn't, actually, if they put the first name on the second name, why don't you put Eddie P or just D or Freddie Dingo? Actually, I suppose no one will find me that way. Anyway, thank you everyone who's running along. Steve Finnemore, T. Beard. Oh, you've been running for ages. 20k. C. Finnemore is essentially running all the way with me at the moment. Well done to you. C. Finnemore, thank you so much. Maybe you're coming the entire distance. And then we've got TB, as I said, TB. A couple more. So this is my eye. This is my single lens I've got in here. S. Wood, T. To Bruce Pack, M. Young, and then I run out of names. You have to run ahead of me, then I can read names. Thanks for the thumbs up. Having New York from New Year from Nashville. Happy New Year. Having New Year. Oh. And we're running along. People's photos are now on the display. Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Mark. You can always tell me if that's, I don't mind you chatting to me, Mark, because that helps. Everyone knows there's the eye in the sky. You got the eye in the sky, Mark. Is that okay? Because if something comes up and I'm not looking at it, just tell me.
It certainly is. You've got Ian now.
Oh, Ian. Hello, Ian. Yes, so we got people's thingies coming up. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Oh. I'm trying to look at people's things without falling off now. Yes, that's Tower of London. If you didn't know, that's Tower of London. Not London Bridge. People in America bought London Bridge, but that was the wrong bridge. It's the Tower of London. It's quite a thing. You can go right up to the top, I think. I think you can. But I've run over it many times. And it's a little bit scary because it goes up like that. And it ships through. Can I get a refill of one of these, sir? Yeah, let's go on to water. Yes, please. I'm drinking fizzy water on the run, which is probably not a good idea, but it's my thing. Sure. 20.7. So it's S Shaw. I was getting the name wrong. I was saying T Beard, you're doing great, but S Shaw, you're doing fantastic. I think you might be matching me. So I got that back to front. Well done, you. You best be able to talk to people. Are you on the app?
No, I've stayed off so you can be on it.
Okay, let's try
This
it.
is open now.
Alright. So it's Tina Beard. Hello, Tina. And Andrew Cutmore. Very good. So Run Shaw. Now, is that the Run Shaw? The famous runner, Run Shaw. Oh. Yes, it looks like it. So fantastic to have you with us. Salute to you. Well, you know how to run. I'm now reading off the companion app so I can see full names. Stephen Cousins, salute to you. Clive Finnemore, M. Udling, sorry, from America. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I do that. I'm dyslexic. Apologies. Simon Wood, Sean Hawks, Michelle Young, Julie Middlebrook, Abdul Muniz, hello to you, Chris Pierret, Kathy Anderson, 4681, Lucas Pudamon, Jackson 10, Simon Dawkins, Gordon Brody, Stephanie Coet, Kevin Gregory, and Jay Schroeder. Schroeder. That would be Schroeder or Schroeder. Schroeder if it's more German, but you might well call yourself Schroeder. So apologies if I'm mangling the pronunciation of your surname. But thank you, all the Americans and Canadians, all the people from the Americas coming in. And yes, Simon Dawkins, Australia, is still with it. You could be on our landmass, otherwise you're running in the middle of the night, I think. And Abdul Muniz, welcome to you. So people from around the world joining. So hopefully we're going to build this up. I'm going to do this every day. And right now my legs are saying, are you going to do this every day? Are you sure you're going to do it? But that's what I apparently am going to do every day. So oh no, it's done this thing again. Why did I do this? Please work. It's just push me off the app. Oh well, I'll leave it open. But thanks guys, I tried to read out your names. Achievement unlocked. Run a dozen. Run a distance of 30 minutes in a single session. Oh, I'm over the half marathon. I have done a half marathon, kids. Thank you to everyone who sent in pictures from London. Ah, we're on the thing, we're back in. Okay. Come on. I'm trying to hit the thumbs up to everyone. How do you hit? Oh, you hit the thing, don't you? thumbs up's going out. That's me doing a massive thumbs up to all and sundry. Halfway, 2:49 perfect. How am I feeling from my physio, Tim? Yes, I'm feeling, legs are going. Really? I thought you kept doing these taper. I thought we were tapering down. This is what you're gonna do before you do a big race. You're gonna taper down. And I might have tapered down so much that my body was thinking, I'm not gonna do anything ever again. So that's how I'm feeling, Tim. If I talk, then it's okay. And interviewing people is great. And now that I'm interacting slightly better with our friends, our Zwiftian friends, and I think they've got a motto: one Zwift for all. Zwift. It's a Zwift for all people, or one Zwift for all. It's like a Make Humanity Great Again feeling, and I salute that. I go with that, and so that's what we're trying to do here. But as I keep going, I'll get more and more sweaty, which is understandable, and knackered, and then I'll just need people's help to keep us going. There we go. Oh, and to ride for lunch. Lots of people chatting, which if you fancy giving the legs a bit of a change in load, people try climbing the level by one up. Oh yes. I'm going to try inclining my. This is a note from Tim, my physio. I'm going to hit level 1 of my incline. Maybe it's. Tim, should it be level 1 or level 0.1? Oh, well, I've hit 1, so let's see what that does. It is this, because I did a walking marathon with the Crystal Palace Foundation, my football team that I have supported all my life, and I walked a marathon, and I found it worked totally different muscles. And the next day, my bum was going, "What's going on? What are you doing?" It was saying to me. And so I had to work on that. It was easier to run the marathon, that's great. So yes, again, if you'd like to help me in all the charities for making humanity great again, just go to eddieizzard.com and hit the donate button. That's the best way. That's the easiest way. Well, there's if you look at the screen, you can see text for people in the UK to 70810, and they're all self-explanatory. Yes. La 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 la. I'm securing the legs a bit of change, so try and climb that one level. Is it quite a small incline? Tim is asking. Maybe I should talk to him. I think it's enough of an incline. I'm not going to go up to 1,000,000. And you might wonder, why don't you put the incline up, down and up and down? But most of the big marathons are on the flat, and you can just make it as hard for you as you want. But I'm lazy. I don't want to make it that hard. I think it's hard enough running all those distance, the 42k. Oh. Hi there. Yeah, it's at level 1. No, that's, yeah, it's got up enough. I'm not going high. Oh. Yes, I think that's 2.5. I don't know how to make it go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 0.5 nice. Sarah, can you order some blue tack? Can we get some blue tack from someone? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Yeah, well, it's day one, isn't it? When we get to day 8, then we'll see. But hey ho. Yes, I know. This is it. All right, I'll talk about that. Thanks, Tim. Talk to you in a bit. We were just talking about the way you train for 31 marathons. Well, I mentioned the first 10 are the toughest because that's where you do your training, really. It's linking up the brain and the body and getting the brain used to what the body's going to go through and the body used to what the brain's going to tell it to do. Is that okay, Serba? Great, thank you. And so yes, the first 10, I think you train for the other 30, the other 21 in the first 10. I think that's how it works. Because when I started this morning, of course, I was going, oh, this is fine. Now I'm going, you're going to do what? Someone's just run past us who's obviously going, why are they going so slowly? I've got to stop saying that. It's just what it is. Because they could be running for another. They're maybe going to run the same distance, but if so, they are faster in the leg department than I am. Oh, yes. So that's what I found. Still very cold. Okay. Got a message from Jim. We're coming up to 3 hours. Okay. Sorry guys, comma, I'm now going to do a 3 to 5 minute pit stop, full stop. Eddie. So I'm stopping and I've just put the message out as well. Crikey. Yeah. Oh. Dave, I'm back in it. Guys, comma, I'm now back running. Full stop. Thanks for waiting for me. Full stop. Eddie. That should have been dash. Guys, I'm now back running! Exclamation mark. Yes, the perils of texting while riding. I know. Much easier on a bike, I think. Can you see that thing there? Can you see the thing there? Can you see the thing there? Excellent. Yes, you can. If you come down to Riverside Studios, don't get in a COVID unsafe position, but you can take a selfie, with yourself through the window and me in the background. But there's a little box to donate there, a little £4 a go thing, and you can come and donate, and that'd be great. It's all set up. You just take your doodah, your Apple Pay, your Samsung Pay, whatever they are. And they go zip. Sorry? Thank you. They're going to watch the show too, yes. Tickets for the show tonight are available at Izzard.com. I'm doing a 7 o'clock show, as you can see. I've put a warm top on because it's freezing outside. We have to have the doors open, get the air going round, and to be COVID safe. And if you've seen me and Sarah, who's the event manager, making it all run smoothly, we haven't got masks on because we're in a work bubble. Just so you know, we've been tested twice to make sure we can get in the bubble, and that's how we do it. And we can't interact with anyone else. People have to leave things at doors for us, just like if you're on self-isolation. So we're basically self-isolating together, keeping each other going. I've got 2.5 hours to go, and yes, it's all going pretty good. Thank you for that ride on just then. Even though I'm gonna just run on. Andrew Cutmore, salute to you. Kelly McGuire in America, Simon Wood from Wales, got Stephen Cousins, Sean Hawkes both from UK, Tina Beard, Clive Finnemore, UK, Natalie Fiore from Canada, so Run on Shore in the UK. If you're also on shore, big salute there. And you have done exactly what I've done. Thank you for that ride out. It comes up in a little box, and I've only got this lens that I can read with, so it's easier on this. Simon Dawkins in Australia with an Australian flag, but could be here. Depending on where you're at. Could be anywhere, couldn't you? That's it. You can have this flag and run anywhere. That's what humanity is. Anthony Norton, thank you. Marcus Prinz, Dankeschön, vielen Dank. From running in the German flag, wherever you're running, maybe running in Germany, thank you, danke. Ich werde mein Show auf Deutsch machen. Mein Show auf Deutsch machen, and when we play Vienna, and when I run Vienna and Berlin, and I'll do the show in German after that, the 7 o'clock shows, we'll be in German that night. And then after Paris, I'll do it in French, just to keep everyone on their toes. Gordon Brody, thank you. Jesse Anderson in Canada. Min Moore in Britain, UK. Ben Thompson, UK. Emma Woodlawn, United States. Rob James, UK. Rebecca Wansley, Luke Barnes, UK. Gustav Barkman in Sweden, thank you. Thank you so much, Tag. T. Hebanes in the States, thank you. Ade Stromberg in Sweden. And JAC99 in the US and Andrew Tallboys in the UK. So thank you everyone who's running along. We are a herd. I don't know if we're a herd immunity, but we're a herd. Whoop. Doing all this at the same time. Thanks to everyone who's running with me today. Full stop. Eddie. There we go. Sending messages. Oh, multitasking. I feel a little bit warmer now. A little bit warmer. Getting a little bit warmer now. What I'm doing. Getting a bit warmer now. I'm doing that great track from that was featured in Animal House. If you want something to do today, the New Year's Day, get out Animal House. It is just a classic. And I was at boarding school for 12 years of my life, and we didn't quite realize that they were at university, but we were trying to be Animal House in Pennell House at Eastbourne College, and they were obviously very bad boys, and we weren't quite. We were trying to be. Some of us were. I wasn't. I think I wanted to be. I tried not working. That was my trick. This was my thing, to impress girls. I thought, I'll be the rebel, and I won't run. See, I'm getting tired. I won't work. That was my idea. I'm not going to work. I'm not going to do I'm not going to pass exams, because we did in the UK we did GCSEs, and in my day they were called O levels, ordinary level exams at 16, and then advanced level A levels at 18. And I passed a whole bunch of them when I was 12 of them when I was 16, and then you had to do more work and then just pass 3 of them, and I just got bored of working. I got bored. I wanted to be I don't think I wanted to be a rebel, but I wanted to be a rebel on my own terms, but most of the forms of rebellion didn't sort of suit me. So I thought, I'll try not working. That seemed to fit. Be a lazy bastard. So that's what I did. And it just meant that my teachers couldn't work out what was going on. I was trying to be a rebel so that girls went, hey, you seem to be a real rebel. But they didn't, because the young women who were in my class, they were very hard workers. I mean, very hard workers. They worked so hard. Me and Peter Hers, who's now up in San Jose, in San Francisco, salute to Peter, and doing great work out there, and him and his family, his kids. But me and Peter, we used to not do any work until the last day. I don't know if you ever went through this period, you get sent homework for a week when you were getting 16, 17, 18. Here's your weekly homework. And because the hard-working young women in our class, they would, on the day after the homework was set, they'd be saying, I've got a problem with the last question. Fiona Nolder and Tracy Wootton. So it was, they were the brightest. Very bright. Tracy Wootton particularly went on, I think, to do very advanced work in the maths and physics areas. But they'd always finish the work by the next day, just about, but having a problem with the last question. And me and Peter, we wouldn't start work on it until the very last day. And then there was a trick. You could find a book. Sometimes there were books lying around that had the answers in. I suppose they were designed for the teachers. But we got hold of one of these books, so we'd be set the questions from the book. So we'd see the question, and we'd find the answer. But you had to show you're working to show that you understood it. You couldn't say, there's a question, that's the answer. Too easy. And the teachers must have known of some of these books knocking around. Nick Pendry was who was doing it. And so what I'd work at, you do your working down from the set question and backwards from the answer. And it often wouldn't meet. The workings wouldn't link together. So what you do is you then pour coffee on it and smudge it. I like to think I did that every time, but I must have only done it once or twice. But yes, That was it. But I did get an A in mathematics. I did get an A in A-level mathematics. And then I went to university and did maths as part of my... I did accounting and financial management with mathematics. And I got naught in my maths exam. But as a protest, I could have got a million billion. But I got naught because I wrote nothing on the page and they taught it badly. Because, and it's kind of understandable, if you're a lecturer, if you're a professor of mathematics, you don't want to talk to students who are idiots. You want to sit there with your numbers and work out new theorems and get the Nobel Prize for mathematics. You don't have to waste time with that. So they would have all their notes on pieces of paper and they would write them out on the board at speeds of unbelievable speed. Just this kind of speed. And they even told us we're going too fast, you can't take any of this in. I thought, why don't you just photocopy it and give it to us? I mean, what's the point? But then they wouldn't get paid. And so there was this incongruity, is that the word? There was a clash of systems of the researchers slash fellows slash professors of the universities who want to do their stuff but have to teach in order to get paid. That's where they get the pay from. They don't want to teach, so they are the worst teachers. And if you're brilliant at maths, you probably are a lousy teacher. You won't spend any time, you don't want to show people how to do it, because you're probably quite pleased that you know how to do it. You probably went up through the school levels going, I know how to do it, but you are fools. And that's what happened. And I was in a car, driving in a car to, it was a political meeting, and the person I was driving with, was with me in the car, and they were a lecturer slash professor of mathematics, and I said, that's what it was in the old days. Is it better now? He said, no, it's exactly like that. That's how it should be. I think he was quite certain it should be that way, so I don't know. There must be a better way to teach at university. You're supposed to do it yourself. This is the thing, it's in my book. There's the Believe documentary and the Believe Me book, and they're companion pieces. Well, you know, what's in one is not supposed to be in the other. It's supposed to, slightly overlap. Yeah, there was a thing called the Nuffield syllabus. Lord Nuffield, a guy, I think he started working on bicycles and invented cars, a bit like the airplane brothers in America, the Wright brothers. There we go. Lucky they weren't the wrong brothers, eh? And they did bicycles and they went straight to airplanes. I believe it was bicycles, airplanes. At that point, I suppose, it wasn't a huge difference. It was from a bicycle to an airplane. And but yeah, Lord Nuffield. He became a lord, or he wasn't when he started. But he had this system, a syllabus where kids should teach themselves how to learn. And having been spoon-fed, information, learn this information, regurgitate an exam, I was not ready for the do-it-yourself method. So I really I just failed at that. I just thought, no, just tell me what to learn and then I'll learn it and read it back to you. But in the end, I then went to uni, dropped out after 1 year, and everything I did since dropping out, I've made up just like the Nuffield syllabus. Worked up just this, what we're doing here. We just worked out this should be done. How could we do it? And there must be a way of doing it. Kevin Carhill, who used to be the Grand Supremo of sport relief and comic relief, and now is emeritus, roving person who can make things happen for fundraising for charities. And he came up with this idea, and we suddenly thought, yeah, it probably will be in a lockdown situation when it comes January, and so it is. Tier 4 being essentially lockdown. And so we built this, we just used our imaginations, trial and error, tried things out like you've got to, and now we're here. And we're 24k done. When I get to 27k, I'll only have 15k to go. I like those counting down in fives. But thank you and more. Thumbs ups are coming in. That's good. It's raining on us in the virtual world of ZWIFT. It is raining on our heads, but not in here. It's chilly outdoors. Oh. Anyway, I was saying earlier, I will do a show afterwards if I'm still standing. Well, I have to do the show. So, come 7 p.m. London time, I'll be doing a show. I hope to finish at about 6 p.m. and then try to just throw food down my throat, or throw something down my throat, and then do an hour's worth of show, which could be a bit like this. It might be. Oh, it might. Now, a lot of people do radio shows and they have people to bounce off, and I'm not sure. Well, I'm not going to be bouncing off anything. I've been bouncing off my own ideas. That is the thing, and you have to stay very open in the head to do that. Very open. And maybe go slightly bonkers. Thank you, D. Jensen. Thank you very much. So, I'm going to try and read out those things if people put in a thumbs up to me. It comes underneath the banner where the speed is and everything. I'm going to have a quick chat with Jimothy here. Bear with me, kids at home. Just over 17k to go. Yes. Yes. Is that? Yes, cousins. Thank you. Yes. Just over 17k to go. Hello, Jim. Can you hear me, Jim? Hi there. Yeah. Hi, Jim. How's it going? No, I was just, I knew you were coming up, but I couldn't hear you, so I just kept talking. You're worried, the lines that you're worried about, the plugins that you're worried about, are the things on the right-hand side of the PC? Is that what you... Yeah. Well, I took it down, but you mean down on the floor or up here on the control console? Oh, I see. Well, I can get Sarah to look at that when I do it, so we can check. All right. No. Yeah. No, I went. Yeah, I went up to 1 and then down to 5, and it would be good to have that option. Okay, I'll try. I'll get Sarah to have a look. Thanks, Jim. Sorry? Yeah, is it looking okay from your end? We got buttons, and I've managed to put out a couple of messages from the control app, but as I get more a little tighter in my legs, it becomes trickier. But I can actually do it in the, well, I just tell people when I'm stopping, and a number of people say to stop, and that's good. But is America up yet? Is the West Coast up yet? Yeah, so some people be looking. Okay, very good. So less than 17k to go. Thanks, Jim. Cheers. All right, cheers. Bye. Let's do a chat with Jim Leach, who's the technical guy for ZWIFT here, and ZWIFT is also in LA. They'll be getting up now, hopefully coming on and seeing what's happening here, and then I'm being hydrated by Hydrate. I'm doing a shout out for the people helping this do, and Mizuno are keeping me warm. Hi to everyone in Osaka, in Japan. Not sure what time it is in Japan. But yeah, Osaka's the second city, and that's where Mizuno is based. I think from the Mizuno brothers. They're definitely brothers. I think that's the family name. So thank you for your help to make all this happen, so we can raise the money. It's midnight. So if anyone is in Japan, they better go to bed. They'll come on in the morning. So I've got to get to 27. There's only 15k to go. I think it helps if you do these things to have an active mind. If there's nothing going on in here, then you have nothing to contemplate. It might seem like a tough old time. But I try and contemplate everything. Thank you, Tablets. As we run along. Yeah. I'm being matched by Sir Run Shaw. It's exactly my distance. So, big thumbs up. And M says right on. Well, indeed. And he gets Eddie's heart rate. I could switch it on, actually. I'll tell you if you want. One, 3, 6. Something like that. But my heart's been tested up and down and left and right. So I get knackered, but I just seem to go on. It is an Izzardian thing. My dad had this. Dad unfortunately passed away in 2018. But I think he had longer if he wanted to stay around, but he didn't want to stay around, so he decided to check out, I think, in his 90th year. But he was a good dad. My brother said, in a very nice article my brother wrote, an obituary, he said if we'd had a chance to choose our dad, we would have chosen him. So, Harold, John, Michael Izzard. My dad was really Harold John Izzard, two names, but he was one or the other. He started off John, which is his second name. Then he worked for BP Oil Company. I know America, I know this is before the whole Gulf of Mexico, so Dad's when he started off as in filing, right? As a junior cost accountant, so that wasn't his fault, anyway. So, and he left in 1984, so a long time before. Anyway, because Harold was his first name, they called him Harold. And because I think it was he was working in Moorgate at Britannic House, as it's called, and it was amazingly. Thank you, Miranda. I've got that at 4 p.m. Next guest is coming up at 4 p.m. And so Dad going to work for this company. It was obviously this. Dad grew up with my gran and granddad, with Lou and Charlie. And Charlie was a bus driver, granddad. And my gran was in service. She cleaned houses. She was the live-in maid. And so Dad had never seen her come out of the Navy. About 2021, he'd never seen a place like Botanic House in Moorgate. So if they called him Harold, out of Harold John Michael, his name's listed, he just went with it and said, yep, that's me. So his career at work was Harold. He was married to a woman back in Bexhill who knew him as Joy, whose name was Joy, who knew him as John. So you got that, so it's Harold John, forget the Michael bit. But he was basically John to my granddad, John to his first wife. Then his first wife went off. Dad married my mum, Dorothy. And Dorothy they'd met in Aden, in Yemen, the city of Aden, which the British called Aden. And so Dorothy, my mum, called him Harold. So for the 9 years that Mum was alive with Dad, he was Harold, and I grew up getting to the age where I could understand it, and Dad was Harold. Then Dad remarried to Kate, who we'd known from before, who knew him as John again. So he suddenly became John. So people would phone up when we were at home, and they could either say it's Harold in or it's John in. Now as a kid you just get used to this, but it is slightly bonkers and needs a very lengthy explanation. But my dad wrote his memoirs. They're available on Amazon. If you put in an Izzard family journey, I think it's called Bexhill, an Izzard family journey. It's about life in Bexhill-on-Sea, where he grew up, seaside town, well, Sidley, the working class village north of Bexhill, which gradually got merged into it, and now he's having a tough time. It's now part of Bexhill, but it has a very tough time. Yeah, that's Dad's book. It's available there. It's got pictures of Mum and my brother and me and Gran and Granddad and everyone, and that's an Izzard family journey on Amazon. Have a look at it, because the money goes to the Bexhill Museum, which is very nice. And if you go put a Bexhill Museum into a search, you will find there these train and model railways. If you look at the top, there's a model railway section, and you'll see the Izzard family one, which is Dad bought this for my brother and me, my brother Mark and me, and we worked on that. And the Bexhill Model Railway Club made it into a wonderful model railway, and kids can press buttons on that. And then there's a new one, which is called Bexhill 1940, a winter wartime model railway. And that's set in the winter of 1940, one of those snowiest, heaviest snowing winters going in wartime. And it's got Bexhill with bombed out houses and gun emplacements and army barracks. And again, there's buttons you can press to see the windmills go around. And at the moment, everything's shut up because of COVID, but it is quite fantastic. You can see the videos online. That's on Bexhill Museum. Put that into a search, and you'll see that come up and look at the model railways there. So when it's back open, you can have a look at it. But people love it. It's great for kids of all ages. That's what I say. We're coming up to 27k, which in miles would be, I don't know, what's it, about 2/3. So we'll be up somewhere around 20 miles, something like that, 1920. And yeah, so then I'll only have 15 to go. Call out for lots more photos of London. Any more photos of London? If anyone's out there running, the light is still up. If you've got photos of London, you running in London, videos of London, send them through to us. Just put them out on Twitter, on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, but put in the hashtag Make Humanity Great Again. So it's Make Humanity Great Again, all one word. Search for that hashtag, you'll find it come up. Or just put in #make it, it'll suggest that. And if you put those out, we'll add them into the feed mix behind. And also for tomorrow, anyone in Lisbon, I'm going to be running in Lisbon in Portugal tomorrow. Send us in, or post them online. Make Humanity Great Again, that's the hashtag you need to put out there for us to search and find them. Then Madrid as well, and then Rome coming up, and Valletta, in Malta, Nicosia, and Cyprus, and more to come. So yes, please do, and then it's fun, we can see them behind. We'll see your photos, so thank you for everyone who's done that so far. and we will continue to do it. And there's a lot of new systems we're putting online right here. So, that's what we're doing. Thank you, whoever's given that message just there to run with me for a couple of miles. Thanks very much. Oh, I missed that, sorry. But merci, danke, thank you. And gracias. Happy New Year, everyone. Yes. Just over 2 hours to go. Thanks, Eddie. Thank you for that message. Looking at a few thumbs up there. Thanks to everyone who's been running with me and is still running with me. Not far to go. Only about 15k. M. Full stop. Eddie. There we go, another message. I can't even quite read what I've put out. Legs are getting tired. So run short, still up there. Match me. Kilometre for kilometre. That's both. That's both a matrix. Excellent. Ah, damn. Natalie Fiore, Tina Beard, Run Shore, Clive Fillmore, Duck, Truon, Stephen Cousins, Simon Wood, Sean Hawkes, Simon Dawkins. That's both the Matrix, I think that is Sabine W, Jay, Garvin, Dane Nelson. Thank you for all the countries and the South African runner there, excellent. And the US, all sorts of different places. Well done. T. Vandita, thank you for the thumbs up. All right, that's T-Beard, thank you T-Beard. 16k, well done. Yes, till next time. Thanks so much. Downey, saying right on, thank you very much. Thank you, Simon Dawkins. Thank you for your message. Oh, you saw it in English then in French. Wow, crazy. Well, there'll be a French one coming on around about the 28th, 27th, 28th. Yeah, the French show, I will be doing tous les spectacles en français le 28 janvier. Je vais faire des spectacles comme ça. And one of the dates of this, the 20th, is Vienna, and Berlin is something like the 25th, I think. Sorry? The 12th. Oh my god. Very good. 23rd. 12th and 12th is Vienna, 23rd is Berlin. The gigs at 7 p.m. London time will be in German. Alles auf Deutsch. Mein Show auf Deutsch ist mehr schwer für mich. Und meine Deutsch ist nicht so gut, aber mein Selbstvertrauen ist stark, baby. A strong self-confidence in my show, and it's a little middling, but I find the German speakers are very understanding of me, in the sense of understanding, in the sense of, well, they can usually work out what I'm saying, but they're also, oh, my German isn't that good, so make allowances for. This is why I always encourage people to learn a bit of a language. Oh, less than 15 to go, less than 15, okay. Here we go, under 2 hours. I'm gonna get 7.5 an hour, so that's 2 hours. Legs are tired. I listen to my body a lot, and legs are tired. But just gotta soldier on. Brain is there, and then towards the end I just fixate on the end. And this is only the first one, so tomorrow, well, we'll see. We'll see. But you have to keep your head happy. You have to keep your head happy. So if anyone is running with me on ZWIFT, can you tell me if you're send a message to say if you're following on the live feed as well? Just send out a message so that I know that people are doing both, and I can tell you things that way. I can send messages. Anyone who's running with me, if you can't do it, then you're like me, you can't do this. It's tricky doing you have to do the companion app. That's where you have to download the companion app. Oh, next VT will run at 1600 hours. About 13 minutes. Very good. Actually, you guys can do this. If you leave your treadmill running, depending on how it's monitoring you should keep up with me. You can actually stop and make a message, but I have to not do that. I have to slow down. It's not so important for you. Does it say please make a donation on the thing? Little girl is coming to. Oh, Sarah, there's a little message there. Is that for us? Well, she's taking it away. Why don't we bring it in? Just put it on the inside. Or COVID? All right. Hi there. I'm on North at the moment. There's a problem. Yeah, there's a problem because of it might pull some leads out at the bottom, but I forgot to get Sarah to check with it. I'll do that in a minute. It's okay, we'll work it out. No, I'm already at the breather thing. Alrighty, don't worry. Yeah, quads, hang on a sec, let me just do this, it's gonna be easy. Are you there? Right, yes. Yeah, quads are achy. But it's yeah, just fatigue. Yeah, it's to be expected. Alright. Okay. So can I swap this for the energy drink? Thanks. Alright, I'll talk to you later. Thanks, bye. Yeah.
Is that all to you?
Yeah, this is. Oh, go on. Can you get me a full one after this? Because, well. Could you help me? Just look at the leads down there
Yeah.
as I increase the.
Okay.
See if anything gets pulled up, okay?
Let me just check where they all are first. So that's going up there. It's going.
I'm going to move it 0.1 of a thing. Okay?
Yeah, okay, go for it.
That's 0.2. That's 0.3. That's 0.4. Anything moving?
No, everything's got enough slack on it.
26. That's 0.8, 0.9, that's 1.0.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
just check the other side. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, no worries.
Okay. This is day one, but I'm beginning to tire. So run sure is matching me. In fact, just ahead of me. And everyone else is jumping in and jumping out, which is great. But I'm getting tired. There's only 2 hours to go. Let's talk about things. I've done an audiobook of my dad's book, which I have to talk to Richard the engineer about. We need to get it released. Oh, but hopefully it'll be arranged so that you can buy the book and get the download together if you wish on Amazon or from my website. They're also being sold at the Exo Museum, but that's not open at the moment. But, yes. So I read Dad's book. I did a kind of odd thing. I decided to read Dad's book to him. I realized he was in his final years. So I tried sitting in the lounge and reading it to Dad to see if he responded. It sort of worked and sort of didn't a bit. And I could feel that he was fading, so I jumped to the end and I did the last chapters. And then you'll hear me say that the middle chapters are not with him there. But yeah, it's nice to have them both there. So audiobooks, I do think they're good. You can listen. We should listen to them now. Maybe that'd be a good idea. Fine, if people listen to music, I find audiobooks better. Oh, Thank you, Sean Hawks, Happy Fantastic Eddie. Bye all, bye Sean, thanks for coming along. Keep going. Thanks to S Cousins, thank you. I will get stronger as the days go by. Thank you very much. Oh. Yes. Who needs quads anyway? Yes, yes, cousins, yes. They're just tiring. They're talking to me saying, what are you doing today? I thought we were tapering down. No, we're tapering up. Seem to be running into mist now. Oh. Next VT will run in 5 minutes, and who are we talking to in 5 minutes? Remind me. Somebody text me, or I'll write things on the board. Who are we talking to? Dave? Ian? Anybody there? Okay. Guys, I'm bringing the speed down a bit because I'm coming down to 7. If you're listening or watching, I'm sorry. Thanks. Getting a bit tired. Sorry? Oh, God. If you're on ZWIFT, I've slowed down. Thank you, Dave. Thank you for your messages. Yeah. Keep me motivated. Sarah, can I get you one of these, please? And just throw them away. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's have that fan on as well. Yeah. Can you angle it down just a little bit more directly into my face? Yeah, thanks. indeed the kick up the arse. It's actually not encouragement. It's cousins. Just look up, get your name up. It's the it's chatting actually that helps me. It's taking my mind off things. Stephen cousin. So yeah, Stephen, it's not really encouragement because I know what I'm trying to do. It just chatting takes my mind off my legs. The other thing you do is rub it in a load of deep heat. Well, that sounds so nice. Hi there.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi.
It's amazing what you're doing.
Thank you, Laurie. It's Laurie Lee, yeah?
That's right, yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm beginning to tire, so it's really good to chat. And my physio Tim was just saying, be careful of the chatting. I think the chatting's better because I just forget what I'm doing and I just start chatting. So tell me, everyone's seen the video there. Tell us more about, you're in many countries, aren't you, around the world?
Yeah, CARE works in every continent in the world, in over 100 countries. And as you saw in the video, in all sorts of different ways. We have a big focus on helping women and girls. Yeah, I'm looking forward to telling you a little bit more about the different things that we do. And I can certainly imagine if I was in your shoes, I'd say I want someone taking my mind off my legs right now.
Yes, that's very good. It's your time, and in fact, you can talk for as long as you want. The longer, because at the end, I think some of the I've talked before to Covenant House and to Walking with the Wounded for two other organisations we're trying to help, and I think now you can just talk as long as you want because that helps me, and I will stop you occasionally and interject. And I find it fascinating, and it helps get all the message all around the world. So yeah, far away.
Okay, well, yeah, I can certainly imagine that it's exhausting to start asking questions on top of just breathing while you're running. So I'm happy to fill in a bit for you. So it's really kind of you to help raise funds for CARE. And I know we'll talk a little bit about Yemen in a while, because I know that's where you were born, and CARE has worked there for over 20 years, and I was there just a couple of years ago, and I look forward to telling you a bit about that.
Great.
As you were saying, we work all around the world, we work in every continent, and we do different things. So one of the things we do is really help people in big emergencies. So, you know, the war in Yemen and the almost famine that's causing in Yemen is one of those kinds of emergencies. People will have also remembered seeing those extraordinary videos 2020, of that explosion in Beirut.
Right.
And, you know, when that happened, we had staff in Lebanon helping people the very next day, finding out who'd been affected, making sure that people had somewhere to sleep, somewhere to cook food, and that kind of thing. So we work on those big emergencies.
Yeah.
We also work on sort of longer term projects. And a good example of that, and you saw a little bit of that in the video, would be education.
Yes.
A particular focus on making sure that girls get to stay in school, which I think is really on everybody's minds at the moment, isn't it, with COVID going on. Children all over the place are not able to go to school in a normal way. Immediately reminded us how important it is to actually be in school to learn, and how difficult that is. And for all sorts of reasons, you know, girls have often not been able to go to school in a lot of countries around the world, so we do a lot of work, for example, to help with that. But we're also trying to really address some of the longer term policy issues, the sort of structural reasons why there's inequality in the world. So one of the things we've worked on over the last couple of years on policy and advocacy is a new global convention with the International Labour Organization, which is called ILO 190, which will come into force next year, actually, 25th of June 2021. Oh, so not next year, we've just started, haven't we? This year. 25th of June 2021. And that will come into force in 186 countries, and that will make it illegal for people to be harassed, particularly sexually harassed, at work, in any kind of work. And one of the reasons that we campaigned, along with trade unions and other charities, over the last 3 years to achieve that, is that without this law, 1 in 3 countries have no laws at all of their own to protect women in particular, but it's sometimes men and non-binary too, obviously, who might be harassed and sexually exploited at work. And so that law will come in now.
That's part of international. That will be part of international law.
Yeah, so it's an international confederation, and it puts an obligation on all countries, 186 countries that are members of the UN International Labour Organization, to ensure that people at work do not suffer sexual harassment. So that puts obligations on employers as well as on the government to take preventative measures to make sure that's not happening.
Right.
So our campaign up to now has been to get that kind of law created, and then to persuade the first few countries to sign it and ratify it. That's what triggers it coming into law this year, in June. And now we'll be able to switch our attention, once it's into force, on making sure that countries and companies around the world actually do what they're obliged to do under that law.
Great.
And yeah, so those are some of the different kinds of things we do.
Excellent, excellent. So, and where are you based? Do you have different bases all around the world, or is it mainly UK based?
So we have teams in over 100 countries around the world, every continent. So some of us are here in the UK, in London, where you're running, a little bit further up the river. But we have teams everywhere, yeah. And that's why when there's an emergency, for example, we can respond so quickly, because we have teams in so many of those countries where emergencies might happen of one kind or another. So we've seen, as I say, that horrible explosion in Beirut this year. We've seen a lot of climate change leading to terrible weather conditions in 2020 for lots of people. And then obviously COVID, which hasn't just affected this country, it's affected every single country in the world.
Yeah.
And so we've been doing a lot to respond to that.
And I know I'm going to talk about Yemen in just a sec. Women, girls and young women, I was watching the video, it was saying, and I would believe this to be true, they receive violent oppression against them getting education. Is that so? That's a cultural thing, a hangover from centuries of wrongful-headed organisation and leadership from these in certain countries. Is that how it works?
A bit, although I think one of the interesting things I've learned while I've been at CARE, which I've been about for 6.5 years now, is that a lot of these sort of cultural norms that we assume have been around for centuries that lead to that kind of an oppression to keep girls out of school or women out of work are not as old as all of that. So, for example, in Afghanistan, maybe 60, 70 years ago, that wasn't a thing. Girls all went to school. you know, these things actually aren't so old always.
That is interesting, yes.
And also they can be changed quite quickly because, as I've seen in Rwanda, and we talk to communities about, you know, communities remake their social norms all the time.
Yeah.
And you can change them. You can change them quite quickly. I mean, I think if we think how quickly the conversation has changed in the last couple of years around Me Too and sexual harassment, or around Black Lives Matter,
Yeah.
you can see actually how quickly a society can change what we've assumed are social norms that are unchangeable when they decide to.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, I'm a trans person running a whole lot of
Yeah.
marathons, and so I've given myself permission to do that, and I just flow forward. It's the 21st century thing, so I'm glad you said that, because that is something that I've noticed. Well, I said this about the Second World War, that Hitler obviously rolled back human rights, was a complete monster, a criminal in government, but when it got to 45, and that was defeated, all the human rights flipped back to where they were with all the other developed countries. You don't go back to just the Middle Ages and have to slowly acclimatize back out. You can change things quite quickly if concerted effort is put. So it's a very good point you made. So tell us about
It's
Yemen.
interesting you
Oh,
mentioned
sorry.
45 and the end of the war, actually,
Yeah.
Eddie, and I can see you've got the UN flag behind you there.
Yes, indeed.
So the UN was 75 years old a few months ago, set up after the Second World War, and so was CARE. So we're actually celebrating our 75th anniversary as well at the moment, and CARE started by sending packages. Actually, I've got a card here. I don't know if people can see that very well.
Yes,
but
we
we
can see
send these kind of packages to families from the United States, which I know you love, to the US, to the UK, and other parts of Europe after the Second World War, to feed families here in this country.
Right,
and
right.
So, you know, I think that any country might need help at certain times, and the rest of the world should give it if they can, like America did for Europe after the Second World War, and like we can for other parts of the world today.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree. Now, Yemen is somewhere close to. I know some people have been born as, you know, in British colonies, maybe other European colonies, and they might have a separation with that and think, well, that was nothing to do with me. But me and my brother have decided to pull it close to us, as my father met my mother in Aden in Yemen, which the British called Aden, and. So yes, they've been having a proxy war there, haven't they? People, I still don't know about this. Tell us about the situation in Yemen.
It is very sad what's going on in Yemen, that's for sure, and it has certainly become a proxy war. I mean, it started as an internal civil war, but countries spawned from all sides, not just in the region, but around the rest of the world. And sadly, including the UK government, still supplying arms into that
Yes.
war. Has become a wider proxy war, and it's because of those other countries outside the Yemen still supplying arms that the war continues. And if everybody stopped, it would finish much sooner, that's for sure. And it is a real tragedy. I mean, the war has been going on almost 6 years now, and it's so sad. It's such a beautiful country. I can totally see why you would remember it and want to hold on to those memories. And as a result of that war, and for it going on so long, you know, 2/3 of that country's population now are basically hungry. People have lost their jobs. The whole system for importing food into the country has been disrupted. Ports are being destroyed, and it's on the brink of famine. And millions and millions of people are needing international assistance just to eat. And CARE is feeding 1.5 million people every month. And the support that everyone will give your marathon of marathons will contribute to that work. So thanks very much to everybody.
Yes,
for doing
absolutely.
that.
And COVID's sitting in there, in amongst the civil war. There's COVID going on, yeah? Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. So there is not a huge amount of information, as you can imagine, in the middle of a war where, you know, hospitals have been destroyed and health services are really struggling. There's not a huge amount of information on the number of cases within Yemen, but of course it's got everywhere, and there are cases inside Yemen. And so, like every other country in the world, CARE has had to adapt everything that we do so that we can carry on delivering the help that we were doing before COVID started, but now in a safe way, so that we are not contributing to spreading COVID whilst we are giving people the food and the other kinds of healthcare that they so desperately need. And then we're also trying to do new things to actually help people avoid getting COVID. And so that, you know, that's about making sure that people understand what COVID is, what they can do to protect themselves, provide hygiene, so that people can make sure that they can wash their hands and they know how to do that, and to make sure we're doing all of that in a safe way. And so, you know, that on top of everything else going on in Yemen is really terrible. And the latest information that from the UN a few weeks ago is that 2/3 of the people there are not eating 3 meals a day, and they're not sure where the next meals are coming from, and and people are dying. People are dying from hunger in Yemen, and it's very, very sad. And the only way to stop that happening is to stop the war, and that means we need to stop fueling it with arms, and we need a really big effort to negotiate a ceasefire between, as you say, all these proxy countries that are now involved and who are, seeing it as something that they want to win, regardless really of what's happening to the people inside Yemen.
So all governments, including the British government, stop selling arms to, I suppose it's essentially Saudi Arabia at the moment, or some of them are selling it to Iran as well, to make the proxy war happen. So if we could stop that now, that would save lives, but I don't think they're going to listen to us, unfortunately, because of whatever. So we're going to have to keep fighting that one. Alrighty. Brilliant. Is there anything else you'd like to cover, because you have a free time here?
Well, I will definitely want to say thank you again. One of the things I think we will also maybe talk to you about a little later in the month, and share a little bit more with some of the people watching, is about our March for Women. And I must say, watching you run today has given me real inspiration for that. So all over the world, on International Women's Day or around it, a few days either side, this is on the 8th of March, we celebrate International Women's Day with big March for Women in lots and lots of countries around the world. And we've been wondering how we're going to do that this year, when encouraging thousands of people to all get together and protest even outside is not a responsible thing to do. So we won't do that. But how can we do a virtual March for Women and stand up for gender equality? And it's about gender equality in its broadest sense, and we encourage everyone to get involved. I must say, seeing you do this and you figured it out, and as you were saying, you had to try a few different things and find out what works, gives me a real hope that there's a way of doing a virtual March for Women in March, and that's what we're working on. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yes. There could be these things where people march around their houses, if people are still in, with these little pods that you can put on your laces of your thing, and that can measure you going around in circles, which isn't great, but you could do a virtual march that way. But
yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yes. Anyway, thank you. Keep thinking out the box. Keep doing what you're doing. If people like to donate, they can go to eddieizzard.com. There is a donate button there. Boom, and off you go, and you can donate And there are texts in the UK to 8. What's the number? The numbers will flash up back in a second.
70810, I think it is.
70810,
I used the
yes.
easy peasy thing this morning.
That's it, 70810, 70810. That's only in the UK. And if you write 10, then £10 will be donated. If you write 20, then £20 donated. Plus, there's terms and conditions. And thank you, people. People shouting through the window. People shouting through the window for support. So I don't know if the other camera can show that, but no, it can't. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Laurie. Thanks for your help. Thanks everyone.
Thanks for your support, Eddie. Good luck with the rest of the run.
Cheers, mate. Talk to you soon. Happy New Year. Okay. Yeah, 70810. There's the number for people in the UK. Oh. So, yes, all stuff is. You're probably watching this on Izzard.com, but that's the place where everything is explained and stuff happening. If you can see my running gait, it's a bit tired. A bit tired. But I'm soldiering on. An hour and a half to go. Any blue tacks there on the horizon? I've just done a brace of thumbs up. That must be. Sorry? Well, you know, you hit that button. Okay, people. About 10k, just over 10k to go. Hanging in there. But, so, yeah, you just give me the whole lump. Put it into a lump and then just goes. Just make it into a big ball, thank you. Oh. Is that the whole thing? No, just give me the whole thing. Can you put this in it? Yeah, good. Oh. Yes. Okay. Let's talk to the guys. Stephen Cousins. Thank you for still running nearby. Dan Gale, hello. Richard Mellick. Oh, Richard, you're with us. Hi, Richard. Where are you? Oh, you're right behind me. Hi there. Hello, Richard. He's a ZWIFT person. Malin Brosnan. And hi to you, Simon Wood. Hi, Graham Stewart. Hi, Graham Stewart. A Run Shaw, fantastic. Run Shaw is basically keeping me going. I think you're at the front, actually. So Run Shaw. Chris Lund, thank you for being here. Dan Hansen. Tyler Mahaffey. US. Clive Finnemore. UK. Michelle Turnage. And Joachim Gammel. Is that from the German flag there? Yes. Guten Abend, guten Nachmittag. Thomasabend and willkommen, man sagt. So thanks everyone. A big hello to everyone who's running nearby me. Oh, now I gotta make this. A big hello to everyone who's running nearby me. Full stop. Eddie. Eddie? Keeps calling me Annie. That's not my name. Oh yeah. There we go. So we're running along. Yeah, it's just 10k to go. Oh, so all I gotta do is keep talking for 10k, then have a rest for an hour to go. We're on 27. So I finished just before 6. 6-hour marathon. By the way, if you can write, if you can Twitter or Facebook or on Instagram, do a hashtag Make Humanity Great Again, and do any photos, selfies or videos of yourself in London for today's marathon. We can put them up, or in Lisbon tomorrow, then there's going to be Madrid, then Rome. If you're any of the ones in the future, put the name of the city with your photos, so that we know they're Lisbon photos, Madrid photos, because we can't necessarily tell. And then Rome, and then there's Valletta in Malta, and Nicosia in Cyprus, and a whole bunch of others. We're going to get the list up so that anyone in EU countries can send in from their capital cities, send in the photos, and I'll be running through those capital cities. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay, so it's less than 10. Less than 10k to go down, yes. Thank you, that's all. Stephen Cousins. Guys, I'm gonna listen to a podcast to try and get my mind into a good place. Anyone from the MHG team, you can call me if you want. I will be on this. Oh. Stephen, don't worry about it. I can start alone, it's okay. The beginning is not a problem, Stephen, it's the later bit. Hello, taking a call here. Tim, hi. Hi. Yeah. And? Oh yeah, good. Yeah. It was, what was the temperature then? Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be 13 degrees tomorrow in Lisbon, but sunny, so people can take photographs if you're in Lisbon and send them in, hashtag Make Humanity Great Again, and we'll put them up. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. Oh. That's okay. Getting a bit knackered. No, you said I need to put water in. I need to change. I can't just because this juice stuff tastes nice, but you think the water as well. I need to alternate it. Why? What does that do? Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. And Sarah, I'm going to do a pit stop at 4 minutes 30. Anyone on ZWIFT, I'm going to do a pit stop in 6 minutes of running time when the elapsed time is 4 hours and 30. I'm going to do a pit stop, just so you know. Alrighty. Trevor's okay. I'm just running a bit out of path now. But yeah, I need to talk to more people. I need to bring people. Okay, well this is the thing. Why don't you talk to the other guys? Talk to Chris or whatever. And if anyone would like to come and say hello on Zoom, let's do that. That got me through the last hour. So see if we can just get people from the public. If they make a donation, or if they promise to make a donation, say something, $5 or I don't know, then they can come on and say hello. That'd be nice. Exactly. Yeah, give Chris a call, try and set that up, and then they can get Dave to talk to me or Sarah to talk to me. Alright. I'm having a pit stop, yeah, when the ZWIFT app says it's 4 hours 30, we're going to stop, so it's just under over 4 minutes. Okay. Cheers, bye. Yes. Questions answered. Alrighty. Cheers, bye. Guys, I'm going to do a pit stop when the ZWIFT app says 4 hours 30 minutes. Alright. I'm going to do a pit stop when the ZWIFT app This is interesting. It's predictive texting me. Dictation's good about. I'm going to do a pit stop Jesus H. A pit stop when the ZWIFT app come on, hear me. Why are you not hearing me? Oh, monkeys. Okay, everyone should know that. Yeah, stop again. Couple of minutes. I need to talk to my legs. I can't laugh. Less than 9 to go. Not far now. Dave, you there? Ian, you there? Anybody up in the control room? Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do a pit stop in 50 seconds.
Yeah, we're ready for you.
Both minutes, brilliant. Let's get these. Oh, can we go back to the front view, please? Oh. Thanks, Dave. So, we're back. Sorry we're going a bit slow, guys. I've noticed that some people's avatars seem to be walking while I'm running, which is interesting. So, Steve Cousins doing well. Well, you put 33. So Steve Cousins is matching me. So Run Shaw is matching me. Are we the three? Are we the three crazy people? I take it you guys are doing it on a treadmill as well. Anyway, I'm going to see if I can talk to anyone up on this. That'd be kind of fun. To our own guys. Actually, I'll put my headphone in and I can. La, la, la. Sometimes I just have to stop. Hey, Siri. Call Chris Wilson. Hi, it's Eddie. Hi there, can you hear me? Chris? Okay. Has Tim called you? What do you think? Yeah? Okay. Yeah? But you're talking friends here as opposed to members of the public. Okay. Okay, people, members of the public. Yeah, I will talk to you via Zoom or whatever app we're using, but we can't do it today. So I'm going to talk to members of the Make Humanity Great team, the MHG team. Okay, I will. How's it going to happen? Is Tim just going to pop up? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Bye. We've got thumbs up going everywhere. Very good. How many ride-ons has Eddie received today? 7? Oh, question mark. I don't know. Is there a way I can tell my ride-ons? Well, anyway, the ride-on thumbs up. I'm going to call them the thumbs up because we're not riding. But the thumbs up have been... A lot of people are jumping on now, running along. I'm sorry I'm running so slowly, guys. But hopefully that's kind of fun for you. I'm sort of waddling now. Thank you. People saying, giving me a thumbs up. Pete Schneider. Keep it up. I will keep it up. Is Peter is that Schindler? Sorry, oh, don't do this to me. It can't be. No, you bugger. It's knocking, it won't let me in. Can you see if you can log me on this, on mine? It's just refusing to let me go on. Yeah, you might have to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to clear it and run again. But that's the correct thing, and I put in the correct password. If necessary, switch the whole phone off. Sorry? How do you mean? Am I what? I'm trying to, but it refuses. It's refusing to. It's not the main app, it's the companion app. I'm kind of waddling now. Yes, I'm super impressed with that. Who's that from? That's from Steve Cousins, yes. Great support committee. It's kind of be people coming along. Do come and join me on ZWIFT, especially if you're out in the Americas, being North, Central, or South America. As your times will be joining now. I can say hola if you are Latinx. And if you're English speaking, or bonjour if you're a French Canadian. From Quebecois, I can say tabarnak, I can say, which is a very strong swear word, I think, in Montreal or Quebec. But if you're English speaking, if English is your first language, you can just say swear words like puta, tabarnak, or scheisse, and everyone just laughs and laughs. Oh, only 8 to go. When I get to 37, it'll be 5 to go. Happy New Year to everyone. Thumbs up, a go-go. Yes, autocorrect is going crazy. Is it being a pain in the ass? Oh. Can you just dump it and redo? Okay. Whatever. You might have to get my face to let it come back in. Just over an hour to go, which is kind of perfect. Hour and 9. We'll be bang on 6 o'clock, which is our window. If you're a proper serious marathon runner, this is just so slow. But I am in my senior years. I'm 109 now. So, well, it's because I've always got another one to do the next morning. Kind of like running like this, like a cowboy. No, that's not good. Probably not good. Oh, I could change this. Are you back? Well done. Yep. Thank you. Simon Wood, a shout out to Simon Wood, and Clive Fidamore, and Steve Cousins. So run short. I think Steve Cousins run short are exactly where I am. So thank you so much for being here the entire way. Bloody heroes. Rack UK Penguin Publishers. Oh, Rage. Rage UK Penguin Publishers. Hello. Hello, Rach. Mario Lau, hi to you, Richard Malik, Odin Hobel, Dan Gale, Peter Rogers, John Applewhite, Peter Cheshire, Dennis, Van. Oh wow, this is tricky for me. Dennis, I'm sorry, I'm gonna muck this up. Hi, Jennigan. Because it's bouncing in front of me for me to read. So Dennis, thank you so much. Nicola Anderson, Darren Vandit, Dane Nelson, Thomas Elliot Hansen, Dougie Choi, Neil Bronston, and in Welsh, there's a doggy running with me. Kimero Gilwillion. Kimno Gilwillion. My Welsh pronunciation, I am a dyslexic kid. It makes it tricky. But thanks everyone for running. To all the runners running with me today. Full stop. Eddie. It's got it correct. There we go. Whew. So, I should be being joined by Tim Cruz-Drew, who's I say my physio, but he is a physio. He is Olympic level physio, and he is happy to work with me, or he leaves it. He makes time to work with the idiot that is me, which is good. Oh. When I get to 37.5 to go, that's good. Lots of thumbs up going up, which is great. Fantastic. So I've done a whole basket. 30 rides on, 30 thumbs up. Yeah, when I can get to 37, that's great. David, up in the gods. Dave or Ian?
Hey.
Hi there. Is Tim coming on to chat with me?
Yes, we're just lying now.
Do you know how long that will be? Because I'm fading here. I need to talk.
He's due at 5 o'clock, so in about 7 minutes.
No, can you just put him on now? This whole timing thing is not good for me. Just if we can just shove him on now, that'd be great. Is that
I'll put him on as soon as I have him.
Okay, I'll call him and tell him to. Thank you, GYZ. GYZ. I can't get straight. Sarah, can you just get through to Chris or Tim and just say, please, could someone come and chat to me, because I am fading here. Sorry? Yeah, well, I mean, Tim was going to come on, but there's something about 5 o'clock, but I don't need 5 o'clock, I need now. I need... Somebody come and talk to me. Yes. That's great, well done. Well done, people sending in photographs. If you're in Lisbon tomorrow or today, if you've got photographs of Lisbon, put them on social media, on all the forums. Hashtag Make Humanity Great Again. Photos of you, videos of you running in wonderful places in Lisbon, in Portugal.
Hi, it's Ian here.
Ian, hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Okay.
We are working away to get you some people to talk to on Zoom. It's just taking a couple of minutes to organise.
Okay.
But I've been going through some of the tweets and Facebook messages that people are sending you. There's there's lots and lots of positive comments coming through.
Would you want to read any that's out on there that I
I'll
can
go get
react?
my laptop. I'll read
You
some
can
out.
you can be Tim.
I can be Tim.
I can chat to anyone.
I can chat. Well,
For some reason I can't chat to Sarah because we don't seem right.
We're just setting it up now.
Can't you get Sarah a microphone like that and then you can sit back there and do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Yeah. Well, let's do that for tomorrow.
Yeah. There's lots of comments about cake or death. That's a reoccurring.
Thank you, Cake or Death, but that doesn't really help me.
No.
But anything that's great comments on just everything and humanity and
Give me 2 minutes. I'll go to my laptop and I'll start. And I'll read you some out.
and they could be from Facebook or Instagram or anything. I hear you found some more photographs for coming in for London. I think that's one of my photos. I took that one. I didn't take that one. That's not me. Ian,
Hello.
are the photos on a randomizer?
They're on a playlist. We're going to delete some of the first ones. So the ones people are sending in.
Let's keep mixing up the order.
Yeah.
You don't need to delete, just keep mixing up the order. Do a randomizer on it so they keep changing in different orders, I think. That'd be fun. Well, if you bring your chair over to there, Sarah, you can just shout at me. Sarah's going to shout at me because Ian's got all quiet now. I need to talk to someone. Literally, I just need to talk to get my mind out of my legs.
Hi Eddie. So
Hi.
Bianca on Facebook is saying, Eddie, keep going, not long now until you're finished.
Thank you, Bianca.
There's Christina going, go Eddie, 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 go Eddie. Go Eddie, go Eddie, go Eddie.
I do appreciate those, but anything that's slightly to one side, like I think this or that or that. But thank you for the support messages. But then I just feel like it's ego aggrandizement. What I like is when someone says, "I think this about fish," and then I go, "Fish, interesting." Fish. Well, chickens come from dinosaurs. And it seems weird that you had all these dinosaurs at Jurassic Park, and it ends up as chickens as one of the few things left over. Those are the things I'm looking for. I don't know, maybe they're all just supportive ones, which is great.
Well, there are a few. I'm gonna keep on looking through.
Anything on your iPhone? Or no? Sorry? Well, no, they all the big ones got wiped out, and only the teeny tiny dinosaurs. But chickens just don't seem very dinosaurish. They seem fucking odd. But, sorry? Underground chickens, maybe. Maybe that's what it was. Okay. Less than an hour to go. And we've got... So I can't stop from now on. And then in real time, it will have taken 6 hours. But that will say 5. 48 funny. Pete, I'm getting your messages here, but I've got to get people on the screen. Otherwise it becomes a one-sided conversation or I kind of want it so that people can see things, but thank you.
Tim will be with us any minute now. We're just lining up.
I feel like he's going through a pressurized chamber or something. We had it working earlier. We were talking on Zoom earlier.
Yeah, we've got Zoom lined up, ready to go. We're just waiting for Tim to appear.
Oh, I see.
He's
Is he
a man in high demand.
Is he just doing his faire la toilette? Jackie. Well, the thing is to listen to the body. It's a bit weird on a treadmill because the treadmill just forces you to go on and on, whereas under your own power you can stop. And I kind of want to stop, or slow down. And I noticed that some people who are running with me seem to be walking at the speed that I'm running. I can't quite work out how I'm running it. Well, maybe they've got long legs, but yeah, listen to your body. That's the thing. And I mean, I find these more stressful. I used to run, and I just run a marathon. I'd finish when I finish. Now I've got deadlines. Oh, hello.
Hey.
Tim Cruise Drew.
Yeah. How are you?
Very good. People of Earth, planet Earth, and people from Mars who are listening in, or up in the International Space Station that could well be listening in. Hi to the International Space Station. This is Tim Cruise Drew, and I define you as Olympic level physio to the Olympic level people, and idiots like me. Is that a good definition, or is that weird?
I think that's a fair enough summary.
There we go. So, you know me and my body. Am I holding up okay? I'm a bit moany. I'm getting into my moany phase.
Yeah, I think this is pretty standard. This is always where I used to have to duck in at the last 10K
Yeah.
to keep you going.
That's
It's tough. Oh.
It's
Oh,
Jack.
hello.
Oh, what else is that?
It's working.
Who's that? Gary. Are you coming?
Hey.
Can we get Gary on the screen? Ian or Dave? Oh, one person at a time. Can we get it so whoever's talking, can Gary flash up when he talks? Say more things, Gary.
Say things like more things.
Hi,
Like, oh yeah, there I am. Hey. You're looking really good. Looking really good.
I don't feel that good. I feel okay, but legs have gone to bed. The legs. You know, well, I was doing this thing that Tim told me to do, which is tapering down, and the legs are saying, "Are we still doing a tapering?"
Well, the most important thing is, you're still on the bloody thing. You haven't fallen off.
Yeah.
Which I think is a big plus.
For people of the world and the International Space Station, so this is Dr. Gary. Dr. Gary is.
Hey.
Are we officially? You're my sports doctor, as opposed to my NHS doctor. You're my sports doctor, yeah? Would that be fair?
I'm your sports doctor, not your NHS doctor.
Exactly so. And I've known Gary since we've known each other since we were 13, yeah.
Since we're 13, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I keep trying to sort of like lose you, but you keep trying to grab me back again.
Phoning you up and saying, I'm going to run to Mars.
Yes. There's a difference between a sports doctor and a NHS doctor, but the sports doctor's just a lot more expensive.
Well, except that Gary's very cheap.
I'm free.
He's free.
I'm a free doctor.
He's doing it because it's for charity, and it's out of goodwill and the fact we've known each other since before time began. So what was that? When we were 13, that was 75, wasn't it? 1975.
Yes, yeah, God, it's a very long time. But you know what? It still feels as if we're still back there at Eastbourne.
Yeah, still back at Eastbourne College. That's where we came from. And I'd say Dr. Gary saved the South African run because my blood levels were going all crazy, weren't they? My bloods and my doodads.
Yes.
And Gary said, hang on, it's okay. We can make it work. So if anyone wants to see a very interesting video, you can see Tim Cruise Drew, physio, and Dr. Gary, sports doctor, two idiots like me, and there's a chat which is about marathon just after we ran around Robben Island. So that was marathon 23. If you go on it and you search for it, you'll find it 23, and it's on the boat coming back, and it's the discussion over whether remember that one, whether I could do a double marathon on the last day, because I ran 25 marathons, had a day off due to perhaps having rhabdomyolysis or something going on with me, and so I did a double marathon on the last day. That was an interesting discussion. You remember that, Tim?
I do remember that very well. Yes.
I think I told you guys to F off, I think. Can I swear online? Can I say fuck off online? That's my program, isn't it? It's my program. This is HBO, so I just said Yeah?
We're still before the watershed though. Before the watershed.
No, it's 9 o'clock it's 9 o'clock somewhere all the time. It's the 9 p.m. watershed. If you're playing Depth of the World, that means it's 9 o'clock in Guatemala right now. Actually, it's 9 o'clock in the morning.
You're okay in Guatemala?
Actually, it's probably 9 in the morning then. Australia, we're getting up. Who's getting up first? Sydney. It'd be great if because we did have someone running.
Who did actually come up with the idea of the double marathon at the end?
Well, that was my idea. I just thought it it got it done, because I could have dribbed and drabbed it and done a little bit here, a little bit there. But I thought if you do a double marathon, then maybe people will have a look and say, really? And then maybe you get a bit more money. And I think because of it, I think we got an extra $1 million. I think an extra $1 million that was worth.
But it turned out that the timing was just superb. Remember,
I know.
you managed to time it so beautifully.
If you go to EddieIzzard.com, and I know I'm banging on about everything, but you can see all the donation, and you could donate there and all that stuff. But also, if you go onto my website from that and see the marathon thing, you can actually follow all the South African marathons, and you'll see at the end we had to finish. There was a link up with Sport Relief back in the UK that finished at 3:15. So I had to get there before 3:15, and I was going slow, and I had to speed up towards the end. And I said, I said to Nick, who was running, Nick from Lion TV, I said, can we extend it? Phone them up and ask them if we can extend it. They said, it's a satellite link, you can't extend a satellite link. So I just had to speed up. And we got, I think, 2 minutes before the end. I think we were supposed to get there at 3:15, before 3:15, it's 3:13, I think we got it. That was ridiculous. Were you there at the end, Gary? Were you there, Tim?
Yes, we sort of, I think both Tim and I joined. We pulled back at the very last couple of minutes.
No, it was well, Sarah was saying this. Sarah was saying that they had the security people, the guys working with Peter, our security guy, and they had these cars with flashing white lights, cars you've never seen before, that were stopping traffic. They were just driving their cars anywhere, and I was just running down the middle of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a wild day.
That was a wild day. If you want to see a finish, that was a finish. That was. So there's a question that whenever I do any of my talks, that is, people always ask me, was that trip up the stairs, was it real or was it for show? Well, what you need to say to the people watching is, what do they think? Do you think after it was 11 hours and 5 minutes, do you think I would fabricate a trip, or do you think I might likely have just fallen? I just fell over. I wanted the thing over. I did not want to miss the deadline, and I didn't want to extend it a second more. So you try going up the stairs, and if you go to the Union Buildings in Pretoria, you see as you go up, there's a fence blocking off the way up. So I had to go around to the side, then up, and then I just tripped. I mean, it's only a trip. I mean, but even if I'd broken my leg, I would have carried on. It wouldn't have mattered. But no, that was not planned. You don't plan that after 11 days. You just want to stop. And I wasn't going to do the other 6K at the end. That was 84K, which is about 50 miles. And I wasn't going to do the end bit. But then we went on, because Comrades, a salute to Comrades ultramarathon, which is 90K long. And so I finished off another 6K in under, and got it just under 12 hours, 11 hours and 50 minutes for 90K, as a salute to South Africa's amazing run, the Comrades. Hey. And that was, this whole project that you're doing here is all about humanity working together, and there is nothing more beautiful than that moment when you decided to do that last 6K or 5K around the park, completely pitch black, and all of those security officers stood there with their huge spotlights, just lighting the park for you. Just a beautiful background. And this was South Africa, and it was Team 27, because it's 27 marathons, 27 days, and Rainbow Nation was what Nelson Mandela wanted, and it was for Nelson Mandela, a salute to 27 years in prison. And we did have guys whose skin color was black, brown, white, all working together, all making it happen. Modern guys, older guys from different backgrounds. It was quite a thing. And then we had that meal afterwards. The next day, we had that lunchtime meal. Because if you ever do one of these endless marathons,
day after day. You can't ever celebrate the day. You have an evening meal. That is as much. You have about 45 minutes to an hour of kind of celebration and just stuffing food down you, and then you conk out, and then the next day begins. It's a different adventure every day. And the last one, we'd done this amazing thing. We got it done, and then we'd failed. You may not know this, people around the world. I'd failed in 2012 to do it, and in 2016 I succeeded. And somebody wrote online, Eddie Izzard Africa kicked your ass. But it wasn't. I got rhabdomyolysis. So I was kind of, no, it wasn't my arse, it was rhabdomyolysis, which is a horrible thing. And so we got rid of rhabdo. We had to get it out of the system. Came back, got the bugger done. And I will always remember, Gary, I don't think you were there, but what was it? It's called Mountain Zebra National Park. Mountain Zebra National Park was amazing. Running outside the vehicle, you got the security vehicle, and I was running alongside it, and I'm saying, lions? Are the lions? Okay, don't worry, the lions had something to eat yesterday. So they'll be fine. It's buffalo. Watch out for buffalo. Because apparently buffalo are bastards.
Buffalo are much more dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, they come at you, they've got guns, and they... No, and he said, stay near the truck. So I had to run alongside the truck. If the buffalo came, I didn't know where they were coming from. They could have come on parachutes. I was just going to leap into the truck and get away from it all. But running through that thing, and zebras and all these real wild animals in real wild Africa, that was, and the mornings, getting up in the mornings for the dawn, that was just gorgeous. The what? I don't remember that. Power cut in the hotel the first morning. You guys remember a power cut in the hotel the first morning? Nobody told me about power cut. I think you kept that away from me. There was a power cut, Tim, in the hotel on the first day.
I just thought I'd gone blind.
I don't remember.
We shan't follow that up, Tim.
But this is what Gary did. So Gary had to go back to England. So after about 5 days, 3-4 days, who knows?
So, no, I did the first week and the last week.
Yeah, but it was marathon 4.
What was it, 4?
4 or 5, either 4 or 5. And he took my bloods about a third of the way through the marathon. And then flew home, and then they were done, and then emails were swapped on what the results were. And I was sitting with Tim, you remember this? We had to do the pee test, where you pee into a large bucket. No, you pee into a small thing, and then you put a pee tester in, a litmus paper thing, and there was no blood in my urine, which was a big success. And then Gary phoned the next second almost and said, your bloods are looking crazy. So we had to take a day off. And it's quite lovely taking a day off after 4 marathons, which was exactly how it happened back in 2012. I did 4 marathons, and then I took a day off, and then I took the rest of the time off. But this time, I was allowed back in on day 6.
Yeah, that was a really curious moment. I remember that vividly, where we were in the hotel room and being elated at a negative protein test.
Yes.
And then within
and then I ring.
Yeah. And it was on cue. It was like a drama or something. Oh, it was tough. Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about the Mountain Zebra in National Park. Do you remember the rainstorm?
Yes.
At the end?
Yeah, a rainstorm with thunder and lightning and everything. And I was running through that, going, should I be doing this? But
and then that guy that had driven for 3 hours.
Yeah, guy.
His letter, which was just fabulous.
Yes, there was the guy, I think it was a trans guy, who came and found me just to say hi and give me a thumbs up and ride on, and yeah. So we had a meeting in the middle of the national park. It's weird because every time I think of meetings, I always think, were we socially distanced? Oh no, it didn't matter then.
It didn't matter then.
No.
And it won't. Well, hopefully, it won't matter very shortly.
Yes. Yes, hopefully.
Yeah.
What do you think? Can you talk about the new strains of things? Is that going to make a difference, or is it too difficult to tell, Dr. Gary?
The new strain, the sort of latest research shows that it is more infectious.
Oh, God.
So I've been on sort of calls and things today. London we're in a very bad place, but sort of hospitals are full, ITU beds are full. I mean, we're virtually on the edge of falling over in terms of the NHS, certainly in London. But the good news is that relative to the first peak, as a proportion, much less people are dying.
Well, that's got to be good news.
Which is very good, very, very good news.
And have we learned to do something better to control it in people? Is that why?
Well, I think we've learned a lot about the things that do make a difference, and so the treatment is much better. So from that point of view, the mortality rate, sort of the death rate, is much lower. Obviously, that means that people then, it's a good thing they don't die and leave hospital in that way, but it does mean that the hospitals now are getting fuller because people are just staying longer because they're not dying, which puts greater pressures on the the exit door is not as drastic as it was before, but it does mean hospitals are fuller. But
right, I got you.
But the thing is, 2021 is going to be the year of the vaccine.
Yes, and we've got.
Gary, on that whole Pfizer thing, why? Could you explain a little bit about why they've now decided to give people one jab, not two jabs, but give it to more people?
Well, we are in such a critical state at the moment in terms of the amount of patients who are becoming positive, and the amount of people who are then sort of ending up in hospital, that we've got to sort of try and stop this. So we need to immunize to extinguish a virus or any infection. You need around 70% of the population to be immune, or at least 70% to be immune. And so we need to vaccinate as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. So rather than holding back scarce resource for the second immunization, if you vaccinate as many people as possible, it is more beneficial than vaccinating less people more effectively, because we know with just one vaccine at around 21 days, you're around 70% sort of effectiveness. It's a very poor way of describing it, but the simplest way is to say effective. So it's about 70% efficacy in terms of that one vaccine, and then you've got about 12 weeks to do the second one. So better to use up the stocks we have, vaccinate as many people as possible, and then catch up over the next 12 weeks for the second dose. That's a rationale. And I think, personally, I think it makes sense as long as logistically we can do it. And it's the last, with everything, any one of these things, it's the last mile that counts. It's getting that into someone's arm.
Yeah.
And that's always a difficulty.
And how many vaccines are out there? Is it just 2 at the moment, or are there more there waiting to come in, or are there more actually on the line?
In Britain we have authorised 2 so far.
Right.
But the Oxford AstraZeneca one is going to be, I think, probably a very, very big improvement, because it doesn't have to have the cold storage sort of requirements of the Pfizer-BioNTech one.
Right.
And that means that we can, instead of having vaccination centres, and you can only have the vaccine sort of being active for a very short time, the Oxford AstraZeneca one, we can store in just an ordinary practice fridge. We'll be able to immunise people from general practice and in the community, and we'll be able to reach much more people. So from that point of view, for us it's a very good thing, and for the world it's a very good thing, because if you think about, we've just been talking about South Africa.
Yeah.
Is incredible. How can you keep a vaccine at minus 70 degrees out near a national park in the middle of the bush with poor logistics?
Yeah.
So those people are not going to benefit from, or find it very difficult to benefit from the Pfizer vaccine. But the Oxford vaccine, that can be just stored and carried in a cool bag to a community centre.
Excellent.
So that's going to be, for the world, the Oxford AstraZeneca one is a very, very important vaccine. And we have to make sure that, although we want to do the best for our country, and part of this, of what we're doing about the moment is making humanity great again, it's also, we're on the first day that we are no longer in the EU, but we must make sure that the Oxford vaccines and vaccines like that can benefit poor and remote communities is shared with the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think COVID COVID nationalism is just going to tear humanity down. We've got to be making sure that the whole world gets through this, as opposed to just saying, oh, we're better than you, so we get it, and other people don't. So I'm just against the nationalism.
And I hope I'm not being naive, but I think the wonderful thing about the Oxford vaccine is that they are doing it for a not-for-profit scenario. You know, offering it to the world at a really good price, which is fabulous.
Is that good? Is that happening with the Pfizer one as well, or not so much? Or we don't know?
I'm not aware of it happening with the Pfizer one. But I mean, the AstraZeneca is just a cheaper vaccine anyway. It's a cheaper vaccine to make anyway.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, the good thing I'd say both of them is there's obviously teams who worked on both of them, but there's a woman in charge of the Oxford one, and there's a woman and another man who are Turkish Germans. So it does really get it out there that you can be brilliant from anywhere in the world, and women in science.
Yeah.
Very good seeing women in science and helping save the world. So that's great. And yeah, I just hope that from the COVID we pick up on all the good things that are being done, and hopefully try and eliminate the negative things. The people are taking advantage of this situation. So yeah, we shall see.
Well, you see, for the British audience, I saw an interview with the BioNTech Turkish German guy who helped develop it, and the interview asked him, well, how did you celebrate? He said, oh, well, I had a nice cup of tea. Such a British thing.
Well, is that because he was a Muslim gentleman? Maybe.
No, I don't think so. It's because he was so busy working. He was sort of
right. Well, that's
have
good.
a cup of tea.
Yeah, is it husband and wife team on the fight?
It's a husband and wife, yeah.
Yeah, well, excellent. Well done to them.
Didn't they actually even go into the lab on their wedding day?
Yeah.
Pretty good work on that.
An amazing story of dedication, really.
They went into the lab on their wedding day?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think the story was that they had to go in, they were doing some sort of research, and on their wedding day they ended up in the lab. So,
wow, well.
Probably romance.
Yeah, no, well, no, that is, because it's saving the world, This is it. We've got to. I keep banging on about this 21st century coming of age of humanity. Can we be mature enough to try and make it that everyone has a fair chance in life? That's the thing. This century, next 80 years, we're going to decide it all. And because we're inventing good things and we can invent bad things. And we need to have the maturity and the responsibility, the open-mindedness, the tolerance, all these positive words which some people just push back against. And they just think those people are wrong. We can't go back to the 1930s. Head forward to the 2030s. That's what I'm trying to do. I've only got 4 more K.
Yes.
Sorry?
I don't know if you saw, do you see David hear of David Attenborough's New Year address?
No, what did he say?
Because that's the other huge sort of issue that we have, and we can only solve climate change if we all come together.
Yep. And he also gave out figures which are very alarming. 1/3 of the world is humans. 60% are animals we keep for slaughter so we can eat, and 4% are wild animals. That is not good figures. But we can sort it, like the gentleman from CARE was saying. We can change these things. We just got to believe we can change them. Well, as a trans person running here, that's different. That wasn't allowed before, and people that have been trans activists down the years who've pushed hard to create a space in the world, and that's what I try to do. Anyway, we will forge onwards and upwards, and yeah. But you see, chatting away.
There's space in the world for everyone as long as we recognise and are willing to share it.
Yeah, and we've got to think that way. Because
Well, I think that was the other really good message David Attenborough is the one thing we can all do is just stop wasting things.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's such a good message. It's an easy thing that we can all do today. That's not anything different or anything new. It's just not being wasteful.
And it saves us money as well. It's a win-win.
Absolutely. So Gary, did you see earlier on? I don't know if we were picking up earlier. This is Eddie's 100th marathon today. Official televised charity marathon. It's 100.
Wow, that's incredible! Incredible. You'll have to have a cup of tea now.
Glass of wine.
That is very, very impressive. I mean, I've done as you both know, sort of, I've sort of toddled along behind you, so I do know some of the pain that it is, and it is quite extraordinary what you do, Eddie. It really is extraordinary.
Well, we've got to say, Tim, how many marathons did you run in South Africa with me? Tim?
The total distance was 12.5 marathons.
Yeah, okay.
In terms of the whole marathons, it was about 5 or 6 completes.
And then, Gary, you ran about 4, didn't you? 4 or 5?
No, I ran a bit more actually, so I ran 7 in the end.
7. Is that all added together, 7 complete ones, or bits and pieces?
So I think I did 5 complete ones and 7
Wow.
bits.
And tell the world what you have in your leg.
In my leg? Oh, I just got a huge sort of titanium bar in my right leg.
Yeah.
Which is really annoying at some airports because they keep pulling me over, and I'm never sure if it's because of my titanium leg or it's because of something to do with my the colour of my skin.
Oh.
Do I look like a terrorist or whatever?
Racist little leg thing, yes.
I try to, I just say to myself, it's just my leg, because otherwise I'll just get annoyed.
Have you tried?
It could be that criminal record.
My criminal past. Oh no, I've managed to expunge that completely. It's
And for the sake of records, we're talking jocular here. Have you tried saying the leg thing up front? So when you go through, I have a titanium leg, bar in my leg. Have you tried saying that up front?
Yeah. The thing is, as you know, there's some sort of bits of the world which operate by a protocol that you can't talk around it. You just have to just do what they want you to do.
Yeah.
And I think airport security is one of those things. If
Yeah.
you try to reason your way, you just irritate people and
Well,
make things worse.
as a trans person going through the things, I do the jocular thing. I do. I just try and make light of every situation. When I go through and it doesn't ring, I go, yes, yes. Do I get lollipop? I keep saying, do I get lollipop? And they sometimes laugh and they sometimes throw a lollipop at me. But, yeah.
There was a while where your arm kept
Yeah, I remember the lollipop one.
My arm used to set it off.
Yeah, it was
I don't.
a tool where it just kept getting with something in your arm.
I don't remember the arm one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gosh. So 100 official televised marathons. Did you know that when you started today, Ed?
I'd forgotten it, yeah, but well, yeah, it's good. But now I just want to get it done. It gets to this point.
So Eddie, running on the treadmill today, this is kind of like the first proper one you've done, like on the treadmill under pressure. How would you say it's been? How's it felt?
Okay, but I want it to end now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. But it's, I've got to keep talking, otherwise I go nuts. And then you talk away, and you look down, you say, I've run another 2.2 of a K? No, surely more.
Yeah.
Must be more.
So Gary, with everything that's happened with COVID this year, and I know that there's a staffing issue in the NHS, have you found, or are you aware that more people have applied to become nurses, doctors, etc.?
I am not sure that more people. You mean people coming back? So people have retired or?
Can I swap this?
So I think
people actually just looking to train to become nurses and doctors.
I'm not aware of that being a big push at the moment, but I think we'll only know when we see the applications for medical schools and nursing degrees coming up this subsequent sort of summer. So we'll probably know then. But one of the issues is that the NHS really, you were talking about the Rainbow Nation earlier about South Africa. The NHS is a rainbow service. In that we have people from all over the world, and one of the big issues, especially in my local system, I'm a GP in Hackney, East London, so we have a very wide range of people, and one of the worries, or what's already happened, is that a significant number of people from the EU, who are EU nationals, have decided to leave and go back. So we have to fill that gap. So, you know, even though there are more people who might be applying, and perhaps and hopefully there will be more people applying, it's going to take years to train them and for them to come into the system. So we have a pressing problem now, really. And there's also, I mean, one of the sort of shocking things is, say, I had a bit of an emergency yesterday. One of my patients was around obstetrics, and I was talking to one of the midwives. I can't remember what she was saying, something like about 40% of midwives are at an age where they could retire. It is just shocking. You know, there'd be no one to deliver babies if they all suddenly decide to go. And the thing is, people are incredibly tired at the moment. So I won't be surprised that once this pandemic sort of extinguishes itself, hopefully through vaccination soon, there will be a lot of people who are just taking early retirement or retiring. People who might have stayed on are just so shattered.
Yeah, and I think that's right. People talk about the long COVID epidemic that we're going to have, people recovering from COVID. But I think there's going to be almost like a PTSD for the staff that have been working on that, applying for 9-10 months.
No, it's certainly going to be. I'm talking about long COVID. I mean, so I'm sort of one of the clinical leads who's trying to set up a long COVID service in our area, and we need people like you said. We need more physios because chronic fatigue.
You need more physios, not more people like me.
Okay. Yes, well.
But I think you're absolutely right. I think if you're a new physio, if you're just about to qualify or have qualified, and you're looking for an opportunity, setting up a long COVID rehabilitation system, it's going to be massive. That's
it is
a huge requirement.
Yeah. I mean, sort of graded exercise is going to be, it's one of the key things that we're looking at. That and with the respiratory physios, looking at breathing exercises.
Yeah. Well, and it's the cognitive issues, the fatigue issues. In fact, you need more people like my wife rather than like me. She's the clever one in the family.
Yeah, well, no, we need everyone. Lots of it. But we also need people not to feel, to feel that there's hope and it's positive. And look at someone like Ed. It's just about putting one foot in front of the next. Yeah. That's how you get it. Keep going.
Where are you at now, Ed?
25 minutes to go. 39.
What's it? How many K?
39K done. Less than 3
It's less than a park run.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So, did I see Sarah somewhere hovering around in the background?
Yeah.
She's there, right, keeping well out of sight.
Always.
Well, I feel a bit sorry for her because it's obviously clearly well ventilated, so she's walking around like she's in the Arctic with a bubble.
Excellent. No, that's we need to have good ventilation.
Yes.
Which I know is not.
We're
It's
listening to your
reminiscent of
advice, Gary.
February. Do you remember where was that place we ran round? And it was absolutely freezing. Remember, running up and down the
Well, they're all
coast.
pretty freezing.
No, Lisbon was beautiful, wasn't it?
No, Lisbon was lovely. Lisbon was lovely.
Yeah, there was one
like Lubyanka or something like that.
there was one where it was brutal. I had to keep going back and getting more clothes.
I'm trying to remember where that was, Tim. Was that Bucharest?
I remember exactly. Is when we ran up the high street, you could see a mountain at the end.
Oh yes, yeah. I think that might have been Bucharest actually. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful,
Yeah.
but cold.
Yeah. And then having to sort of constantly sort of quickly dive in every now and then to a local shop to get to have a coffee, or was it coffee? No, I would have the coffee to warm myself up. He would have a Coke to give him sort of
sugar bath.
Yeah.
And they were good because they didn't they give them the Cokes complimentary. Were they given to Eddie?
I can't remember. I was just so keen to just get in there and put my hands around a hot cup, you know.
I think I remember lending my gloves to you, Gary.
Sorry, what was that?
I think I remember lending my gloves to you.
Oh yes, yeah, I had to borrow your gloves. Yeah.
That's
because
the thing.
Of course I hadn't turned up with any proper gear, sort of like gloves or hats or anything.
That's the thing that Tim told me, which is, if you're running in the cold weather, guys, keep your core warm, because if the core isn't warm enough, it'll pull heat back from your extremities. That's why you get cold hands, even if you're wearing very warm gloves. I had these big, thick gloves on, and my hands are freezing. It was because my core wasn't warm enough. There's the tip from Tim. Is that correct, Tim?
That is correct, and that's why a nice good gilet, puffer jacket gilet.
A gilet, which is French for waistcoat.
Yeah.
French waistcoat.
How cold is it where you are at the moment? How cold is it in the studio?
Well, it's 2 degrees outside, so it's about that here.
Yeah, it's not far off outside temperature.
Oh, okay, because you've got the door open, haven't you, to ventilate?
Yeah, Gary said we got to have the door open.
Sorry.
But there's no wind, so that helps.
All right. So are those live pictures of London behind you?
They are pictures of London that people took before, and some I took, some which people have been running today or have taken before, selfies I've put in. So we've been asking people, hashtag make humanity great again, send in your photos of London. We're almost finished at London. So tomorrow at Lisbon, anyone in Portugal, anyone been to Portugal, to Lisbon, send us photos, put it online, hashtag make humanity great again, and we can pick them up and we'll put them on streaming behind. And you can be in them, it can be selfies, it can be video, it can be photos. And say which city it is. If it's Lisbon, say Lisbon. If it's Madrid, say Madrid. That's the 3rd day. If it's Rome, 4th day. Valletta in Malta, say that. Tell us the city so we know which one to put on.
No, there's some beautiful ones of London there.
Yes, some of them I took.
Yeah, you took some great ones actually. I was just sharing them earlier.
If you go through my Twitter thing, anyone goes back to my Twitter, you can see them. I tried to develop the art. I got the art. Me and my brother, my brother Mark, we got the art prize jointly. He was 9, I was 7, but I never followed it up. But he likes photography, and I feel I have a sense of an eye. But anyway, I want to direct films that I'm in, so I need to develop I need to have that developed, but I think I can sense things when they look right. Like trying to have this setup look right as well. I'm doing a little walkie before we do the speed up towards the end.
I've just been looking at the ZWIFT stuff, Eddie, and I can see that there's some guys in top hats that have been with you all day.
Yeah, well, there's 2 people that have been with me all day, and that is Steve. Is Steve still there? So Run Shaw, S. Shaw, he's up at 40k, and where's Steve gone? No, maybe he's gone. Maybe he's ahead of me. Oh, Steve Cousins, damn it. Gone off route again. Oh, Steve Cousins has also matched me, even though I think he's on a different route, but maybe he has to turn around and come back. So both of them have kept, there might be someone else, but I think both Steve and Sir Run have just done fantastic work.
Yeah, I wonder how many people see how many people will do the 31 with you.
Yeah.
That's a big ask. I'm not volunteering at the moment.
So I've actually worked it out.
I'm speeding up again, guys.
Investigate how you can run with Eddie if you haven't got a treadmill. And you can, the ZWIFT themselves actually do a foot pump, which is relatively reasonably priced compared to some other high-tech ones. And then that could be your phone, so you can then go out and do a run, but actually an avatar on the run that Eddie's doing. So you can actually go out and do a regular run, but also engage with Eddie on that basis. So if you get a foot pod, you can do it that way through your phone.
So what's it called? Foot pod?
Yeah, foot pod.
By ZWIFT. So it's a ZWIFT.
No, it's not a ZWIFT foot pod. It's a Stride, STYRD. Make the foot pods.
Yeah, but the Stride one is much more expensive.
Oh.
So there is a cheaper option, but I mean, I guess it must function with ZWIFT because it's produced by them. So.
Oh, I don't know.
You've got the Rolls Royce one, Eddie. If you've got the Stride one, you've got the Rolls Royce version.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm going to plan to do is to link up so I can go out for a regular run, but also be linked in as an avatar.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So hopefully there'll be more and more people joining as this goes on.
Yeah, I can tell you who's running with me at the moment. Everyone on Zwift: Boyd Thompson, Adam Koffler, Dan Gale, Mick Smith, Clive Finnemore, Simon Brownlee, John Applewhite, Sir Run Shaw, Rach from UK Penguin Publishers, Julian Dykes, Mario Lau, Elena Moretti, Charlene Valerio, Juan Pedro Garcia, welcome Jose Antonio Jimenez, Jocelyn Chalk, Kate Fletcher, Stephen Gray, and Chestnut, Rob Bross, Paul Hook, Eric Hebstad, P. Spriggs, and Andy Frost. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here.
Well done to the all.
Karen's kind of trying to get online and join. Can you see if you can sort that out? Karen, we're going to try and Sarah, Jay's going to try and sort you out to get on. So, what do we know?
So what running game, Gary? What are you up to this running wise at the moment?
So as you know, I was a little bit ill earlier on, and it took me a while to get back. So and then I've been most weekends I would probably run two or 3 days, but I'll just do 5k really each day. So just not very much. But I went out for a run on Christmas Eve, and it was very icy, and I slipped and sort of didn't meet. So I'm only just getting back onto it. So went for a brisk walk today instead of a run.
Excellent.
But yeah, climbed up a hill.
Thank
which
you.
is quite cool.
Very English.
Yes. Well, it was a bit of snow on it as well, so it was really good. Really lovely.
Thank you, Adam Koffler, saying run every day. That's great. Anyone can come out. It's the same time every day. Sorry, the times I'm running to everyone out there in the world is not good. Anyone on the International Space Station, do come. We'd love to have a chat with you, because that's the reach we kind of have. I've already talked to 2 wonderful astronauts up on the space station, so I know you've got a treadmill up there. It'd be great to try and get that happening. Let's see if we can. That'd be beautiful. Less than 2k to go, kids.
Is that the plan, Eddie? Is you want to do some Zoom calls with other people from around the world?
Well, why not? You know, this is we're making this up as we go along, in the sense of there's no standard module for this. Oh, we're going through a thing where something happens. We're getting confetti. I don't know what that was. Oh, somebody did something good.
Yeah, and so many people have got so many inspirational stories to tell. I mean, you know, we were fortunate enough to have that chat with Pete Thompson, who did the 70 marathons in 70 days.
Yes.
Tour de France, of course, and there's so many people like that out there. In fact, when I was looking up briefly 31 marathons in 31 days, and came across an American war veteran who lost both his legs, and he did 31 marathons in 31 days on blades.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, amazing, right? I can't remember, I think it was Rob Jones maybe, I can't remember his name exactly, but yeah, amazing. So that would, it'd be nice for you to be able to hook up with some of those people, listen to some of their stories, for sure.
And but it'll also be great to sort of just hook up with people who've never run before and are doing their first 10k or 5k or whatever, and you know, really taking this as an inspiration to get more active, because we as a society need to be generally more active, I think.
Yeah. Well, you know, match fit for life. That's what I say, match fit for life. Also, to everyone out there, I don't know what you think about this, Gary. I don't know if I told you this one. Choose the age you want to live to. Oh yeah, we did talk about this. Choose the age you want to live to, and then you should meter out your health. 101. It's whatever, but you choose whatever age. You could get hit by a bus in the next 5 minutes, so it doesn't really matter. But then, if you want to live a long life, you don't want to have the last 20 years just struggling around on a walking frame. So, get your health, get your exercise, do what the wild animals do, because they are all match fit for life. And you may say they live shorter. Well, we've engineered ourselves to live longer, but you don't want to be sitting there as a bloated bubble. You need to try and work it out. So yeah, match fit for life. That's my motto.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Karen. Hi, Karen.
Hello.
Hey, Karen.
Hi.
Hi,
Hello,
Wish.
Gary.
Hi, Karen.
Now,
I could have done with you over Christmas.
Where are you?
Perfection.
Karen,
Not good.
Karen, you're live to the world. You know that, yeah?
Yes, I do know that.
Yes. This is Karen Maskell, who does publicity to a lot of people and makes sure that people know that I'm doing this. So thanks, Karen.
Karen's not coming up on the screen when we chat. Oh, there she is.
Yes, she is.
Yes, there she is there.
She is.
Hi.
Karen's got that wonderful system where she holds the thing in front of her vertically.
Well, I'm in my pajamas.
Oh,
I'm
right,
wearing
okay.
my pajamas, and I've got a stain Worcester sauce down there, but
Are you ready for bed? Are you?
Well, I never actually got unready for bed.
All right, I got you.
Actually, what happened was hard work watching you, Ed.
Sorry, I know, tough work being me. So, this is the MHG group, the Make Humanity Great Again group. Everyone's been helping get us to this point. All the people on ZWIFT running along, people supporting, people coming down to Riverside Studios. You can make donations through the wall. You can see me through the glass wall and make a little donation with a little key card. You know, you do that and go to Izzard.com to donate. Please do donate to wonderful charities. Basket of charities. Yeah. So
Eddie, are young children allowed to write messages on paper aeroplanes and throw them through the window, or is that
no, paper aeroplanes covered in COVID, unfortunately. Well, potentially.
No.
Yeah. we're in a work bubble. No, we can't. Somebody wrote a very nice sign up there that we can't take in. We don't know what.
We have to wait a few hours before we can take it in.
We have to wait a few hours.
Gary,
But they
that's
can
a
take
question. How long roughly? Actually, I'm going to come on.
a piece of paper.
So some lovely people did a sign.
What?
Some lovely people wrote a sign for Eddie. But how long?
All right.
How long
Come
until
back
we're
here,
allowed
come
to
back
take
here.
it into the room?
They've left
You
out.
probably need to. Well, maybe leave it for a couple of days before you bring it in.
2 days.
No, I'll tell you
okay.
what. Now give it to Ian. And the guy to
I'll
take
ask
it.
Ian to go round.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll ask.
So just to say, so while I'm live to everyone, just to apologise for being so militant about infection and COVID, but
Don't
it's
apologise. No, we got to do
that's
this.
just the way it is.
That's we have to be. We're in this work bubble. That's why we're not masked, and but we can't actually interact with anyone. People leave things at doors for us.
Yes, we'll ask Ian to go grab for us. So yeah, great. Thanks, Gary.
So I can't see you properly, Sarah, but it looks like you've got a sort of a rope with a crampon on it. I know it's cold there. Are you sort of mountaineering or something?
No, this is a pass.
No, it's your pass. It looks like a crampon for you.
I'll just climb that and a radio
You should climb up.
thing, the hat. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Ice walls.
Yes, just in the back. Just yeah. I know we've got a very high-tech key for the toilet as well. It's a washer on a piece of string to open the door, so that's great. And yes, and a pass. There you go. But it does. I know. I actually do look a bit mountaineery, don't I? Yeah.
At least you won't forget who you are.
No, thank God. Yeah. Yeah. Day 20, I might need to check.
And Eddie, I hate to mention this, but have you thought about the gig that you're doing tonight?
A little bit.
Oh, that's the point.
A little bit. Once I finish it, I have an hour to get my head together. Do I eat food? Do I get food?
Yes.
Before or after?
It depends when we finish. I think. Oh, that's a Tim question as well.
Finish in 10 minutes. An hour before the show.
Okay. Oh, let's ask Tim.
Tim? Do I eat
Yes.
before the show or after?
It doesn't really matter. What are you taking? We've got like a recovery thing going on, haven't we?
Yes. Yeah, we've
Which
got.
one were we going to do straight after? So we would do the protein shake before bed, weren't we?
Yeah, I've got the Rego recovery shake for straight after the marathon.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, dinner depending on pre or post show, because I think we'll have time. We'll have a bit of time before the show, so I don't know what we should do best.
No, yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you can do the Rego shake and then you can, you can do the food at any time, but it depends. You probably don't want to do a gig after food, do you? I mean, after food.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So maybe eat after.
Yeah.
Shake, and then gig, and then eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the bigger question, Sarah, really is what day are you going to do the marathon on the other treadmill alongside Eddie?
Well, I mean, Tim, it's taken however many marathons for me to even start running. So I'll go now and again. I'll do a bit of running, but nothing like you two. Nothing like you two with your multiple marathons. I'm not there yet. Give me a while. Maybe Eddie's 200th marathon. Maybe I'll do that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite yet.
Has it been harder or easier than you thought, Eddie?
I think because of the training I'd done on the things, it was as hard as I expected it to be. But well, you remember the first South African marathon, Gary, Sarah, Tim. I was just walking around a field, wasn't I, trying to knock off the kilometers. Do you remember that? Walking up and down the field. Yeah, that was right. But at least I'm finishing this one, and you know, because I've been trying to keep match fit for life, as I said. So it's been tough, but it's the talk, you know, who you've got to be talking to. So anyone who's out there running, phone a friend and get chatting to them like this, because then the kilometers tick by. And that's another reason why it's better with kilometers, because I have a watch when I run on my Garmin watch. It goes by every kilometer, goes bzz, you think another kilometer, and makes you feel good as they ping away. In South Africa, first time you were on Vuvuzelas, weren't you? Vuvuzelas as well, and Vuvuzelas, whatever they are. But
and that is the cruel thing about marathon distance, is the fact that the faster you are, the less time you have to run, and that is the cruel reality of it.
But it does hurt your body more, yeah? It damages your body more?
Absolutely, yes. So the faster you run, the tissues have to be more resilient, for sure. But I think if we look at when we did the 27 in 27, and we look at where you are now, you're running the first marathon today. You're probably a bit under 6 hours from looking at the clock, and that's magnificent.
It'll be about bang on 6, just over 6. But but on the ZWIFT thing it will say less, but on the actual, including pit stops and loo breaks, it's just over 6 hours. Because we started, you can take it from 12 noon. That's when we started.
Right. But it's still a good time you're going to get today.
Yep. This was back in February. I was doing 7-hour marathons at this point. Oh, hello. Someone screeching to a halt.
Sorry, that was me.
All downhill now, really, Eddie, because you've got the first one. Never going to be the 31 in 31. It's going to be 30.
It's only 30 from now on. That's what. And to people running, it's very true. You have to bash it into your head. Never have to do 31 again. It's only 30, and you have to knock it in. It's like now I'm saying, it's only It's less than 1K. Less than 1K. Come on. Tim will know this. This is the point where I like to speed up to about 10K, but I want to run with all the runners who are with me.
Yeah. Absolutely. The last 1K often goes on as long as the last 9K before it. Just drags on.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, we came that treadmill, we can't get it to go downhill. I don't know if it has that, but as soon as Steve Way, who came third in Comrades a couple of years ago, who I looked after, he actually had a treadmill that could actually go downhill, because he was doing the downhill Comrades. So he trained in a conservatory where he turned the heating up really high and actually put the treadmill on a decline setting rather than an incline setting.
Okay.
And the South Africans couldn't believe it. When he arrived and he told them that he'd done all his training on a treadmill, they basically writ him off as a no-hoper. And then when he came third, he was making all the big views in South Africa. So they couldn't quite believe that he achieved it in a conservatory. Amazing.
Incredibly impressive. I must admit, So I always find that going downhill is for me, certainly with my needs, much more painful.
Yeah, downhill can be tricky. It's weird. I think a slight incline is what I quite like. Slight incline.
And it is. The eccentric loading on your quads is much harder than downhill, but also the impact forces on your kneecap is much. Steve actually said that. Steve did the up, became 10th, did the down, came 3rd, and he said the downhill was so much more painful than doing the uphill version of the same race. You know, his quads felt like they were just going to explode. So.
That's that you do when you're running on sort of a road
Sarah,
surface.
Can you get me back in again? I don't know what's happening.
Sorry, Karen, say that again?
You still get the same blisters, you know, if you're running on a road surface. Is it similar?
So there's more, you get more shock absorption.
Yeah, the blisters problem.
So you wouldn't get blisters, but that's all been sorted out. So we had various strategies. Eddie's got a pair of insoles, which a guy I worked with down in Southsea called Haradine created.
Orthotics. They're called orthotics.
The orthotics. So they repositioned the foot, so that stopped the burning sensation that he was getting.
Yeah.
But one of the key things about the blisters was that you've got these dual skin socks. So we used to tape the foot to stop the blistering happening. Now we've got over it by using some dual layer socks from a company called Runderwear. And that seems to stop the blistering as well. So the key thing about blisters is stopping them happening in the first place. But if they were going to happen on the road, they happen on the treadmill. But gladly, that's not happening now, which is good.
But probably a good bit of that is to do with the positioning, as you say, from the orthotics as well.
Yeah. And you've got no burning in the feet today, Eddie, at all?
Sorry, no.
No burning sensation?
No.
Excellent. So what distance are you at now?
Can't you see the stream, or you're not allowed to see the stream?
I can, but I think it's slightly delayed, so I'm saying 41.74 on my...
41.78. I'm only 0.4 ahead of you.
Oh, okay, cool. Excellent.
Is this coming up anyway?
Very close now.
Yeah. 0.4 of a...
Karen, do you run?
No.
Do you? But
do you? Very emphatic no.
But do you wear pajamas?
That wasn't even like I'm slightly interested now.
She hasn't got out of her pajamas today. So I think that means you don't run. It's the same thing.
Okay, well, when we were in South Africa, we did the nod to the Medoc Marathon by doing that lovely binary when we did that. That was great. There must be a pajama marathon somewhere.
In a bed. Someone pushes you in a bed, I think.
During the very first run, I think I did buy some shoes, didn't I, Eddie?
You might
in the box.
They're still in the box.
Run.
They're probably vintage now.
Maybe. Yeah. No, watching Eddie's enough. I don't need to do it myself.
Yeah, you can lose a lot of calories, spend a lot of calories by watching. I don't know, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? In the future,
that would be good.
Just watch people doing energetic things.
I think at the end of this we should have a team marathon of some sort, whether it's a relay or whatever. I think it would be a good thing to do. Good team thing when we're all together.
Now, I've talked to Sarah about that. We're going to do a vodka marathon together.
Yeah, exactly.
That was like a Russian marathon.
I'll start training now, shall I?
Well, we could do a vodka marathon over Zoom. So that would work.
No, it'd be nice if sort of all we could all sort of run along around Riverside, just in a big circle, spaced out.
Yeah, well, not as people do marathons as they do a relay where you do 1 mile each.
Right, that's an interesting one.
They do a big shout out to C. Finnemore, who's also run exactly what I've done. I'm so sorry I missed you out. With Sir Run Shaw and Steve Cousins.
So do you know which one Steve is? Do you know what his avatar is?
It's a bit weird, everyone keeps moving around, so it's a little tricky to work out. But I know Steve got lost and then came running back down a different route.
I need to check with Zwift, but so if I start the run halfway through your day...
Yes, you can come in. Yeah, you can come in. Yeah. Yes, Sarah? Yeah, we've been told. Yeah, we've been told that. You can choose to run with me. You search for me, you friend me, and then come run with me.
And just run alongside?
Yeah. So everyone who's run, fantastic today, everyone on Zwift. Anyone's out there, anyone donate anywhere, and if you'd like to still donate, Izzard.com, also buy tickets for my show that starts in an hour's time. If you find that hard to believe, I find that hard to believe. But I will do a weird show. It'll be interesting for its weirdness. I have unlocked the sun visor. Apparently.
What?
Yeah, you get given gifts. I've unlocked stripy socks. There you get given gifts of things.
Oh, on Zwift?
Yeah, it says achievement unlocked, going the distance, ran the distance of 62.2 miles, 42.2k. So guys, thank you so much everyone.
Is that you?
Wow.
I've been told not to log off, but just to slow it down to 0.
Is that you done?
That's me done.
Well done.
Well done.
And thank
Well
you.
done, Ned.
So Clive Finnemore, also 42, done a whole marathon. Well done, Clive. Thank you for being with me. Steve Cousins. So Run Shaw, everyone who's done whatever distance, but those guys have done a marathon with me, so I did not expect that. Fantastic.
I think that's a huge success, the whole thing today with that Zwift.
Yeah.
Oh. And congratulations, that's your 100th.
100th marathon, you're an official centenarian.
Yeah, I've done 100 marathons for charity now. For charity.
Wow. So we should work out all the money you've ever raised and see how much we've made per marathon for charity.
Well,
Yeah,
be good.
impressive.
Very impressive. Well,
We'll see you on stage later, Eddie.
Yeah, I'll
Yep.
be on stage in an hour, guys. Anyone goes to Izzard.com, you'll see a buy tickets thing. You can watch me talk the strangeness of my mind in 1 hour.
Once it's been flooded with endorphins and anandamides.
Endorphins. I actually have endorphins with me, so it's they're a higher grade of endorphins. Oh,
dolphins.
Ian's going to
The
log out
aquatic
now
version.
with Jim.
okay. Ian's
Yeah. They must be very high pitched.
So Eddie, if people buy a ticket for your gig, if they go in early to the link, does it just have a holding page?
Ian and Dave, what happens if people go in early, or will they be told what to do when they get there?
Is this for the stand-up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you log in, if you go in now, there's a video just waiting.
Playing on a loop.
Play on loop.
Yeah, it's a video playing on a loop, and it'll open up right on time. Yeah.
Yep. So the video playing on a loop right now, and then
Is there a countdown
there'll
clock?
be a countdown. So at the moment it's just a standard couple of videos on a loop. Then at 1/2 there'll be a half-an-hour countdown.
Half an hour countdown from half past, so you'll
Yep.
know what to happen. You can exciting start, and when I start, it'll be so exciting because I'll be just like this, wandering on. No, I'll put on a different jacket, and I'll have boots on. Yeah, I'll be looking slightly different, but not much different.
Excellent.
Vielen Dank, merci beaucoup.
Keep on
Keep
drinking.
going.
In that case,
Keep on
I'm
drinking,
going to
yes.
say goodbye to the live stream, and we'll see you on the other side.
Goodbye, live stream. What's that? Got to drink this as
Water
well?
yes.
See you later.
All right.
See you live stream.
All right, congratulations.
But you guys, you could stay with me, can't you? Or